Chapter 1020. Where did you get these things? Gue Zhu asked again. Yang Kai answered honestly. The two pitch-black round stones had been obtained from different places by chance, while the blood essence stone had been snatched from someone else. Back in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had already obtained it. Yang Kai only understood the role and purpose of the blood essence stone and had used it many times, but he didn't know what these two pitch-black round stones were. Senior, do you recognize these two strange stones? Yang Kai observed Gue Zhu's expression and asked tentatively. Gue Zhu's eyes flashed with a strange light as he stared deeply at the two pitch-black round stones, observing the complex patterns on them and listening carefully to their internal movements. After a while, he nodded and said, "It seems you don't know what these things are. Please enlighten me, Senior." Yang Kai looked at him seriously. Gue Zhu grinned and threw the blood essence stone and the two pitch-black round stones back into the demon mystic tome before tossing it to Yang Kai and saying mysteriously, "Take good care of them, one day you'll understand. And, these things require a lot of mineral essence. If you don't have any minerals, you can also use an artifact." Leaving behind these seemingly inexplicable words, Gue Zhu disappeared. Yang Kai was left standing alone in the sky, completely confused by what had just happened. Gue Zhu was obviously unwilling to tell Yang Kai what he knew, which made him very depressed. However, Gue Zhu's words were intriguing. He actually wanted Yang Kai to take good care of these two pitch-black round stones. What was so good about taking care of these two stones? They weren't living things. Unable to understand, Yang Kai didn't bother to think about it and simply ordered the divine tree to continue monitoring the situation of the pitch-black round stones before putting the demon mystic tome back into his body. Returning to the flat area on the mountainside, as soon as he appeared, Yang Kai noticed a pair of ferocious eyes glaring towards him. This gaze belonged to Yushi. Her strength had long since been restored, so Gue Zhu had no intention of imprisoning her. Over the past few days, she had remained in this flat area on the mountainside in a daze, no longer possessing the dignified and noble image of a beautiful woman. Seeing her at this moment, this woman's hair was disheveled and her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with a deep hatred as she glared at Yang Kai. It was as if she couldn't wait to swallow him whole. Although she had learned everything from He Zhao and He Miao, learning that Yang Kai hadn't done anything to them and had simply left them in the stone room to punish her for her previous rudeness, she still found it somewhat unacceptable. She felt that Yang Kai was too arrogant, too sinister. She regarded everything that had happened before as a great humiliation, and she secretly bore a grudge in her heart. Now that she was under the eaves and had no choice but to lower her head, she didn't dare take any excessive actions and could only vent the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart with a hateful glare. Yang Kai didn't seem to see her at all and walked straight into the mountain, his figure disappearing. Yushi closed her beautiful eyes and took a deep breath to calm her mood. That little brat thinks he can be safe with Gue Zhu's protection, but he doesn't know that he's already dead. Lu Guichen suddenly appeared beside Yushi and sneered, "Once Gue Zhu is able to leave here, he will definitely not let him off. When that time comes, he will die. Why are you telling me this?" Yushi opened her eyes and glanced over at Lu Guichen coldly. "Don't you hate him? He killed one of your disciples and brought your two female disciples into the cave. I think you know better than me what will happen to them. He also humiliated you. Don't you hate him? Don't you want to kill him with your own hands? That's my business, it has nothing to do with you." Yushi snorted. Lu Guichen smiled, "Of course it has something to do with me, I also want his life." "Really? Then why did you wag your tail around him a few days ago?" Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he pinched his nose and said, "The situation forced me to. Do you think I like showing weakness to someone like him? If it weren't for Gue Zhu's protection, I could have killed him at will." "Lu Guichen, I want to ask you something, answer honestly." Yushi suddenly looked at him seriously. "What? My disciple Wei Wu, did he join your Purple Star long ago?" What benefits did you promise him that he would not hesitate to betray me and sword union? Yushi shouted. Lu Guichen's eyes flashed as he chuckled. What do you mean? I don't understand. You know in your heart. I'll settle this account with you sooner or later. In addition, if you want to take that junior's life, go kill him yourself. Don't try to provoke me and use me to do it. I'm not stupid enough to do that. Yushi said, turning around and walking away, a look of shame on her face as she spoke. Staring at her back, Lu Guichen's face became gloomy. He hadn't expected Yushi to be able to endure this anger. According to common sense, her two female disciples had been taken into the cave by Yang Kai and humiliated, so she would have rushed in without hesitation. Lu Guichen didn't understand why Yushi hadn't taken action yet. Inside the stone room, Yang Kai sat next to the spirit stream, watching it flow slowly, lost in thought. Guizu's words today had cleared a layer of fog for him, allowing him to see a new world he had never seen before. Could the two forces in his body really be merged together? Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, so the energy in his body was true Yang Saint Qi, while the energy in his unyielding golden skeleton was filled with evil power. Every time Yang Kai used it, he could only use one of these forces while temporarily giving up on the other. He had always thought that the true Yang Saint Qi in his body existed to suppress the evil power in his unyielding golden skeleton, but now that he thought about it carefully, this wasn't the case. Because even if he used his demon god transformation, when his body was filled with evil energy, he wouldn't lose his reason and humanity, nor would he become like an evil demon who didn't recognize anyone. He really hadn't thought about mixing these two diametrically opposed forces together before, so it was difficult for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be. So now he was at a loss. However, since Guizu said so, he must have his reasons, so in this case, Yang Kai chose to believe him. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't understand. Cheering himself up, Yang Kai prepared to try. Calming his qi, Yang Kai controlled the true Yang Saint Qi in his physique and meridians to return to his dantian. After a while, the strength in his physique disappeared, making him feel a little empty and uncomfortable. This feeling of strength suddenly disappearing was something he had experienced several times before, all of which were due to excessive consumption, but today was the first time he had voluntarily dissipated his strength. Yang Kai then carefully guided the true Yang Saint Qi in his dantian into his own meridians. Next, he stimulated his unyielding golden skeleton, drawing out the same portion of evil energy into the same position. When the diametrically opposed energies collided, in an instant, Yang Kai's body shook and a look of pain appeared on his face. He felt that there seemed to be some kind of violent conflict between these two forces, as if two cultivator teams with a blood feud had encountered each other and were fighting to the death. This conflict caused his physique to ache and his meridians to swell. If he listened carefully, he could even hear a burst of crackling sounds coming from there. His true Yang Saint Qi and evil energy were colliding and melting. Yang Kai let out a muffled groan as his expression became ugly. In just a short time, the two energies had completely melted away, leaving nothing behind. His first attempt ended in failure. Yang Kai frowned. This was the first time he had allowed these two forces to exist in his meridians at the same time. He didn't expect it to bring him such uncomfortable memories. The reason why the evil energy and true Yang Saint Qi could coexist in his body was because they were stored in different places and had never intersected. It was really difficult to forcibly merge them together. Yang Kai, are you okay? Suddenly, Hizeo's voice came from outside. It seemed that she had been alarmed by the movement just now. I'm fine. Yang Kai looked up and saw the two sisters, Hizeo and Himiao, standing outside, looking towards him. Both of them looked like they wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Are you looking for me? We want to go out and accompany Master. It's been more than half a month, she must be very worried about our situation, and you should have calmed down by now, right?" Hizeo pursed her red lips and said with some embarrassment. Didn't you already send her a message? Yang Kai chuckled. What is she worried about? You know? Hizeo was stunned. Do you think I don't know? Yang Kai looked at them with amusement and hesitated for a moment before saying, Go, tell your master my attitude. If she dares to hold a grudge against me and wait for an opportunity to retaliate, I will not let her go. Hizeo nodded and frowned. I will persuade her, but don't be so unforgiving. After all, my master is older than you. Yang Kai closed his eyes. Hizeo and Himiao glanced at each other before helplessly shaking their heads and turning to leave. After they left, Baya leisurely appeared and looked at their backs, snorting lightly before turning to look at Yang Kai. Come in. Yang Kai beckoned to her. Baya suddenly walked over, her beautiful figure gracefully standing in front of Yang Kai, her tender body exuding an invisible ripple that made her look radiant and dazzling. What orders does master have for me? Let me ask you something, have you ever seen someone who was able to perfectly fuse two completely different forces together? Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Two completely different forces? Baya was surprised. For example, water and fire, life and death, light and darkness, how is that possible? Every type of energy is extremely complicated. Even if those powerful experts spend their entire lives, they might not necessarily be able to understand the true essence of a type of energy. It's too unrealistic to want to fuse the energy of water and fire together. They are natural opposites to each other. Baya smiled tenderly, not knowing why Yang Kai had suddenly asked such a strange question. However, if someone could really master both the water attribute and fire attribute at the same time, perhaps they would be able to accomplish this. In any case, this servant has never seen such an extraordinary person in her life. Chapter 1021. The True Essence of Strength? Yang Kai frowned. Only by studying the mysteries of strength to the extreme and gaining insight into its true essence can one display its full potential. Baya explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Guizhu's words made him feel extremely excited, secretly feeling that a new world had opened up in front of him, Yang Kai knew that Guizhu was just speaking casually. Yang Kai couldn't point out a clear path, nor could he give Yang Kai any advice. Although this servant has never seen such a strange person before, I have seen two people who cultivate two different attributes fighting side by side. These two attributes should have been mutually exclusive, but in the end they were able to enhance each other's strength. Baya added, there are many such people, I believe Master should have seen them as well. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Baya with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Baya forced a smile and asked shyly, why is Master looking at this servant like that? Yang Kai didn't answer, but instead felt as if a storm was brewing in his heart. Baya's unintentional words had reminded Yang Kai of some key points in his thoughts. Indeed, it was extremely difficult or even impossible for two diametrically opposed forces to fuse. However, when two people who cultivated two completely different attributes fought side by side, they could complement each other's strengths and weaknesses. This was a common occurrence. Yang Kai and Su Yan were like this. Su Yan's ice cold and his fire attribute could not coexist, but once they fought side by side, their strength would greatly increase. This was because of the existence of the yin-yang joyous unification art. This was even more so when the two of them were dual cultivating. The two attributes coexisted in each other's bodies, transferring from one person to the other and back again. In this process, Su Yan's ice-cold attribute and his true yang attribute were both baptized and sublimated, allowing their strengths to become purer and more condensed. The yin-yang joyous unification art? Yang Kai's expression changed as he fell into a deeper level of contemplation. Recalling the scene of him and Su Yan dual cultivating, Yang Kai savored the bone-chilling sensation, as if Su Yan was right in front of him, their divine senses connected, their hearts and minds connected, and they cultivated together, unable to extricate themselves. Faintly, Yang Kai felt like he had torn apart a barrier that blocked his vision, allowing him to see a more wonderful world and a higher realm. Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes flashed brilliantly. At that moment, he thought of a possibility. Ice and fire could fuse because they were in a cycle, an endless cycle. In this cycle, they complemented each other and were not restrained by each other. Instead, they strengthened each other's power. If ice and fire, Yang Kai's true strength, Yang Kai's Yang Kai, then. Strictly speaking, the evil qi inside the unyielding golden skeleton was also a kind of cold yin qi, but it was different from Su Yan's ice-cold qi. The unyielding golden skeleton's ice-cold qi was able to make people feel as if they had fallen into the depths of hell, causing them to tremble from their flesh to their soul. An invisible wave of qi suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body, and in an instant, Baiya felt both hot and cold, causing her tender body to shiver as if she had been plunged into an ice cellar. She called out tenderly, suddenly realizing that something was wrong with Yang Kai's situation and suddenly feeling frightened. During this time, she had been trying her best to please Yang Kai in order to gain his sympathy so that she could obtain his protection and safety. If something happened to Yang Kai, then all her efforts during this time would have been in vain. Baiya was naturally nervous. Go away. Gue Zu's shout came from the void and Baiya was immediately grabbed by an invisible force and thrown out of the stone room. Feeling a breeze beside her, Baiya turned her head and was shocked to find that Gue Zu was already standing beside her, his pair of gloomy eyes flashing a strange light as he stared at Yang Kai who was sitting in the stone room. "Senior, what happened to him?" Baiya mustered up her courage and asked. "I don't know, but he seems to have gained something." Gue Zu frowned. "What did you talk to him about just now?" Baiya hurriedly explained what had happened just now. Hearing this, Gue Zu's expression changed and he let out a strange laugh. That little brat, just because this old master said something in jest, he was able to study to such an extent? I really don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. "Senior, is he in danger?" Baiya covered her mouth. "He wants to fuse two different forces together, do you think that's not dangerous?" Gue Zu grinned. "If he makes a mistake, he'll die on the spot. His courage is quite big." "Senior, can't you stop him?" Baiya exclaimed, anxiously asking, "Don't you need his help to find a way out?" "If he dies." "If he dies, that's good. I don't think that little brat really wants to help. Even if he finds a way out, I'm afraid he'll find a way to abandon this old master." "Humph, if he dies, this old master can collect his soul and use my soul-searching technique to explore his memories." Gue Zu didn't seem to care, instead choosing to just sit back and watch. Baiya suddenly understood that begging him was useless. "Little girl, you're not really worried about his safety, so why are you so nervous?" Gue Zu glanced at Baiya disdainfully. Baiya forced a smile and said, "Senior must be joking. I really don't want him to die now." "What happened?" To the side, Shen Tu shouted as he quickly approached. When he reached the stone room, he couldn't help being dumbfounded and hurriedly asked, "What happened to Brother Yang? Why does he look like he's about to die?" As soon as his voice fell though, Gue Zu's expression suddenly became solemn and he shouted, "Let's go." With that, he disappeared without a trace. Seeing Gue Zu's serious look, how could Baiya and Shen Tu dare to remain? Using their movement skills, the two of them quickly flew out. Just as they left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground outside, two diametrically opposed forces suddenly erupted from the mountain. One was as hot as fire, the other was as cold as ice. Both of these forces were so powerful that they swept through all the stone rooms and corridors inside the mountain, spreading all the way to the outside. Lu Guochen, who had been standing on the flat ground halfway up the mountain, suddenly turned his head and stared towards the sky with trembling eyes. Yushi, who was talking to He Zhao and He Miao, also turned her pretty face towards the same direction. The entire mountain peak was now in a bizarre state, as if it had been split in half. The left half of the mountain was shrouded by the scorching yang energy, which was golden in color. The right half of the mountain was covered by pitch-black evil energy, which contained a bloodthirsty, violent, and cruel aura. It was as if night had fallen, covering half of the mountain peak. These two opposite forces were violently colliding, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and rocks to tumble down, as if the end of the world had arrived. "What's going on?" Lu Guichen shouted as he quickly retreated. At the same time, everyone halfway up the mountain hurriedly retreated a dozen kilometers to the foot of the mountain. "I can sense that Junior's aura. What is he doing?" Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked Hizeo and Himiao. "I don't know, when we came out, he didn't seem to be doing anything," Himiao shook her head. "Purple stars Baiya definitely knows." Hizeo turned her gaze to the side where Baiya and Shantu were staring towards the mountain peak with worried expressions. Lu Guichen had already arrived beside them and was asking them questions. Listening to their conversation, Yushi quickly figured out what was going on. A strange look appeared on her pretty face for a moment before she actually smiled and nodded. "That Junior is dead for sure this time. It seems I don't need to do anything myself." A trivial first-order saint actually daring to try such a thing, he must be tired of living. "Master, is Yang Kai in danger?" His life was hanging by a thread. Yushi said with a happy expression. "Master, please save him. You're just angry he was disrespectful to you. You don't really want him to die, right?" Hizeo pleaded. "Naturally I want him to die. I can't wait to skin him alive." Yushi said bitterly, "And this kind of thing can't be helped. Didn't you see Senior Guizhu stay out of it?" Hizeo and Himiao looked up and saw Guizhu standing in the sky with a gloomy expression. "If I try to stop him by force, he'll die." Yushi frowned and quickly said, "He still has a glimmer of hope now. It all depends on how hard he tries." After speaking for a while, she suddenly found that Hizeo and Himiao were both looking at her strangely, causing Yushi to suddenly go silent, her pretty face twitching slightly. Hizeo smiled. "Master really doesn't mean what she says. You don't hold a grudge against him." "Ghost girl, don't judge your master." Yushi's expression became ugly. "If he doesn't die this time, all of you stay far away from him in the future. Never approach within 10 meters of him again." "Yes." Hizeo and Himiao both nodded. "Senior, can't you think of a way?" Shantu stood at the foot of the mountain and shouted to Guizhu. Guizhu grinned. "This old master has no way. This time, he will either die or soar to the heavens. It all depends on his own good fortune." "Heh, no matter what the outcome is, this old master is looking forward to it, so even if there is a way, this old master won't stop him." Guizhu suddenly became very interested in Yang Kai. Although he had been surprised when he learned that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space and had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements these days, it wasn't until this moment that Guizhu realized that he had been underestimating Yang Kai all this time. With just a few words, Yang Kai was able to comprehend his own strength to such a degree in such a short period of time. Not just anyone could do this. Guizhu wanted to see if Yang Kai could succeed, and if he succeeded, what would happen after the fusion of his two strengths and how much of an improvement it would bring him. If he didn't die, Yang Kai would have an extremely bright future ahead of him, perhaps even becoming the brightest star in the star territory. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watching as the mountain peak was covered by the two forces and the two forces clashed. Some people hoped that Yang Kai would die early, some hoped he would survive, and some had an indifferent attitude, simply watching a good show. Everyone's mood and expression were all different. Chapter 1022. At the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped to watch, each with different thoughts. Inside the belly of the mountain, Yang Kai felt his strength erupt and his expression became ugly. The maximum power a cultivator could possess was the limit of what their physical body could bear. The transcendent realm had its own limit, and the saint realm had its own limit. But this limit had no effect on Yang Kai because his secret art was special and his body was special. The true Yang's secret art he cultivated allowed the Yang attribute energy in his body to become saturated, condensing it into Yang liquid and storing it inside his dantian, ready to be used when needed. The unyielding golden skeleton's special ability allowed it to contain unimaginable power. These were Yang Kai's two great power warehouses, something no other cultivator could compare to. It could be said that there was no limit to the power he could store. And now, Yang Kai had opened both of these warehouses. The unimaginable evil energy stored inside his unyielding golden skeleton erupted in an instant, and in order to alleviate the erosion of his will and body, Yang Kai simultaneously released drop after drop of Yang liquid. The evil energy and Yang Yuan energy violently collided with each other inside the two warehouses, like a dam bursting, wanting to swallow the entire mountain. This kind of power was so powerful that even Yang Kai felt his heart palpitate. This was far beyond the limit of what his body could bear, hundreds, if not thousands of times more. His flesh and blood spasmed and squirmed as his blood rapidly flowed under his skin. A huge amount of power burst out, causing Yang Kai's skin to crack inch by inch. Golden blood flowed out of his body, healing his wounds over and over again. Then, the healed wound split open again, repeating the process over and over again, as if there was no end. Yang Kai's mood was very calm. He used his heart to feel the two forces in his body, understanding how they flowed, understanding their rules, and prying into their true essence. Time slowly passed, and more evil energy and Yang Yuan energy escaped, melting away as they collided. As they melted away, Yang Kai's understanding of these two forces became deeper and deeper. His divine sense spread out like a tide as he carefully sensed every movement. He had never thought that the two forces he possessed would undergo so many wonderful changes when they encountered each other. These bursts of energy seemed to have a life of their own as they whispered into Yang Kai's ear, trying to reveal their secrets. Yang Kai felt like he was witnessing flowers blooming and wilting, tides rising and falling, one cycle after another. Yang Kai's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his heart became more and more confident. He did not care about the collision and melting of his own powers. He continued to stay in the center of the two powers, attaching all of his consciousness to the dark energy and Yang essence. He was like an outsider, staying out of the matter and silently observing everything. After a long time, he suddenly had a strange feeling. It was only now that he truly grasped the crux of his powers and understood their true essence. His expression shook as he began circulating the yin-yang joyous unification art, using the joyous unification art as a foundation to guide the Yang Yuan and dark energy that had escaped from his body back into his body. The hundreds of millions of pores on his body opened up, and his body became a bottomless pit in an instant, the two forces that had escaped from his body obediently returning to him. On the way back, they obeyed Yang Kai's orders and no longer viewed each other with hostility, instead beginning to fuse together, undergoing some delightful changes. Feeling these subtle changes, Yang Kai's expression became joyful and he worked even harder to guide them. At the foot of the mountain, everyone was discussing whether Yang Kai would live or die when Miao suddenly called out in alarm, "There's a change." There was no need for her to remind them as everyone noticed the change in the atmosphere around them and couldn't help turning to look at the mountain. What they saw stunned everyone on the spot, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Before this, the entire mountain had been divided into two halves by two different forces, one side shrouded in a scorching hot golden light while the other side was shrouded in a boundless darkness by an evil force. But now, everyone could feel that these two forces were slowly moving closer to each other, as if they had some kind of attraction to each other. Even if they leaned against each other and fused together, there would not be any conflict. Did he really succeed? Guizhu's expression became strange as he sent his divine sense into the mountain, a moment later curling his lips and snorting, "This little brat." Clearly, he had found the correct method and understood the mystery of his own power. As long as he continued, he would definitely be able to do as he joked earlier and combine the two completely different powers. Guizhu found that he had still underestimated Yang Kai's ability and couldn't help showing a look of admiration and envy. What he had said before was just unintentional. He felt that Kai Yang could work hard in this direction in the future and spend a few decades, 100 years, or even a few hundred years to achieve this. The premise was that he could live that long. How could Guizhu have imagined that Yang Kai would accomplish this in such a short time? This kind of thing was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Guizhu was certain that Yang Kai's understanding of his own strength had reached a certain height even before this. Guizhu believed that even if Yang Kai didn't do it now, as long as he had a little opportunity in the future, he would probably be able to accomplish what he did today. Realizing this, Guizhu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had inadvertently helped Yang Kai. "Senior, is Yang Kai fine?" Shen Tu raised his head and asked. How would this old master know? Humph. Guizhu's expression became disgruntled as he flicked his sleeve and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. That means he's fine, Shen Tu observed Guizhu's expression and grinned meaningfully, his heart relaxing. In this short period of time, the scenery of the entire mountain changed again. The golden light and darkness fused together, making the entire mountain look like it was burning. However, the fire that burned was different from the rest. It was a pitch-black flame, a demonic flame. These strange flames seemed to be able to burn everything in the world, and no one could resist the power contained within them. Just looking at them made one feel uncomfortable, as if their souls had been thrown into these demonic flames, causing them to suffer the pain of being burned forever, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. These demonic flames not only contained the yang energy of true Yang Yuan Qi, impervious to all evil, but also contained a bloodthirsty and brutal aura, causing one to involuntarily feel the evil thoughts hidden in their hearts. This kind of extreme contradiction was the most terrifying, making it impossible to resist. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes away, not daring to pry into the mysteries of this demonic flame. It looks like he's soared to the heavens. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she secretly wondered if she should change her attitude towards Yang Kai and treat him with sincerity. The biggest reason she had stooped so low, not hesitating to serve Yang Kai as a slave, was because she was afraid he would come looking for trouble with her, so she had no choice but to swallow her pride and endure humiliation. She had never truly felt that Yang Kai was anything special. She believed that the reason Yang Kai could act so unscrupulously in this world was only because of Guizhu's blessing. Without Guizhu's protection, Yang Kai was nothing. This kind of fox exploiting the tiger's might was the most hateful. So, during this time, although she had done her best and granted all of Yang Kai's requests, she had never acted with sincerity, even somewhat looking down on Yang Kai. But now, she didn't dare to think so. This young man really had his own uniqueness. Such a person with such great potential had always been the target of all the great forces in Star Territory. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to bloom with amazing brilliance. He would occupy an important position and become an overlord, so having a good relationship with him wouldn't be a bad thing. Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as her pretty face glowed brilliantly. Secretly glancing around, she found that Lu Guichen and Yushi both had extremely dignified expressions, no longer showing any contempt towards Yang Kai. She knew that these two had finally realized Yang Kai's abilities and were definitely scheming something in their hearts. Curling her lips disdainfully, Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of superiority. Because she was close to Yang Kai and because she could serve him, this feeling of superiority made her feel both ashamed and inexplicably excited. She couldn't help licking her ruby-red lips as her tender body began to heat up. After realizing that Yang Kai was fine, Shen Tu no longer paid attention to the movements on the mountain peak and instead focused on his own matters. Over on Sword Union's side, the remaining 4 or 5 cultivator gathered together. Yushi frowned, wanting to say something but hesitating for a moment before lightly coughing and saying, "Master takes back what she said just now. You two sisters should interact with him more in the future. And, it would be best if you ask him if he is willing to join our sword union. If he is willing, that would be best, but if he isn't, then forget it." He Zhao and He Miao glanced at each other, their eyes shining brightly as they nodded, "Yes, master." He Miao said, "In fact, this person isn't bad, it's just that he always hangs out with that slut Baiya, it's really shameful." Yushi glared at her, "It's fine to interact with him, but keep enough distance, don't let him take advantage of you." "Yes, master." He Miao nodded firmly. Inside the mountain, inside a stone room, Yang Kai continued to circulate his joyous unification art, guiding the fusion of two different forces. At first, the process wasn't very smooth, and the forces he guided into his body would sometimes clash with each other, but it didn't matter much. As time passed, Yang Kai found that everything became extremely smooth, and there was no longer any sense of obstruction. The evil energy that poured out of the unyielding golden skeleton and the energy contained in the yang liquid that exploded inside the dantian, except for a small part that was consumed at the beginning, the rest was returned to him without any waste. Yang Kai clearly felt that he was rapidly becoming stronger. That flesh and blood contained power that he could not compare to in the past. It made him go wild with joy, and he gladly endured it. Guizhu was right, after fusing these two forces together, Yang Kai's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. This change was obvious and could be clearly perceived. After tasting it, Yang Kai began circulating his joyous unification art more and more greedily. The entire mountain suddenly transformed into an invisible vortex, and as this invisible vortex rotated, the world's world energy began to gather towards it. The stream of spirit water in the stone room, under the guidance of this force, was transformed into the purest form of world energy and poured into Yang Kai's body, all of it being absorbed by him. Chapter 1023. The mountain peak where Guizhu originally lived was lush and beautiful, filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. But at this moment, the entire mountain seemed to have been burned down, leaving only scorched earth and dead trees. No trace of its former beauty could be found. Even the spell formation that had been set up to gather spiritual chi seemed to have been destroyed. Inside the mountain, the spirit stream had completely dried up, and the water that originally flowed through it had long since disappeared. Inside a stone room, an invisible vortex was rotating, drawing in the surrounding world energy and then absorbing it. Guizhu's figure appeared leisurely and stood in front of Yang Kai, frowning as he stared at him motionlessly. Yang Kai didn't seem to notice this, and only after a long time did he take a deep breath and stop circulating his secret art. Silently inspecting himself, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The yang liquid in his dantian and the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton had completely disappeared. Instead, they had fused together, forming a new type of energy that possessed the characteristics of both, but was far more powerful and lethal than either yang essence or evil energy. This new energy flowed through Yang Kai's meridians, nourishing every inch of his physique and storing it in the unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai felt like he had been reborn from the inside out, as if he had been reborn, his entire body filled with unparalleled explosive power. A single moment of enlightenment and a single moment of cultivation had caused him to undergo earth-shaking changes. He even felt like he could fight against a Saint King Realm Master. His cultivation had also improved slightly, reaching the second-order Saint Realm without any hindrance. Yang Kai didn't even know when he had broken through. He had been immersed in the process of fusing his two strengths all this time and hadn't noticed anything else, so this unexpected surprise made him even happier. With a thought, Yang Kai tried to display his demon god transformation. Invisible demon crests climbed up and merged into Yang Kai's physique. In an instant, his vitality rose madly, along with his vitality fluctuations. It seems that I can still display the demon god transformation, Yang Kai thought to himself. After all, after the fusion, his strength contained both the characteristics of his Yang Yuan Qi and evil energy. Not bad, you're really good. Guizhu's voice suddenly came from in front of him, praising him sincerely. Yang Kai opened his eyes, dispelling the demon god transformation and cupping his fists respectfully. Senior, many thanks for Senior's guidance. Guizhu's expression became strange as he coldly snorted, "This old master didn't teach you anything, there's no need to thank this old master." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Senior may have just said it casually, but if it weren't for your words, it would have taken this junior several years or even longer to reach this step. So, in any case, I still have to thank Senior for enlightening me. Think what you want." Guizhu waved his hand impatiently, seemingly unwilling to have anything to do with Yang Kai, quickly saying, "You've been in retreat for more than a month now, and this old master has generously given you so much time to improve your strength. Now that you've succeeded, isn't it about time you did your part?" He stared coldly at Yang Kai, seemingly unhappy that he had to wait for so long. Yang Kai nodded quickly, "Junior will begin immediately. But before that, I want to take a look at the space array." "Do as you wish, as long as you can find a way out, it doesn't matter how you struggle, but remember, if you can't find a way out, this old master will extract your soul and torture you forever. If you disappoint this old master, you will not have a good end." Guizhu fiercely threatened before sending a jet of black energy into Yang Kai's body, disappearing in an instant. The jet black energy shuttled back and forth through Yang Kai's body and soon arrived at his arm, where a terrifying face mark appeared. This mark contained Guizhu's divine sense, allowing Guizhu to monitor Yang Kai's every move through it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head before walking out. A short time later, Yang Kai left the mountain and arrived at the flat ground where the space array was arranged. This space array had been left unused since the last time Guizhu used it. The countless saint crystals inside the array were dim and the energy stored inside had almost been completely consumed. The space gate, which had been refined from the starship debris, was still standing in place with a thin layer of space spirit crystal covering its frame. Yang Kai had secretly observed this space array more than once in an attempt to gain some inspiration from it and enhance his understanding of space arrays. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai discovered that although Guizhu's attainments in the Tao of space were poor, after 1,000 years of research, Yang Kai did indeed have some insights. He had actually thought of using space spirit crystal as a key to opening a void corridor and as a medium to stabilize it. Unfortunately, the gate used to form this void corridor was refined from the Saint King grade starship debris, so its grade was still a bit low. The space spirit crystal covering the gate frame was also lacking, so the void corridor opened by Guizhu was so chaotic and unstable that it could collapse at any time. If Guizhu was provided with enough materials, he may be able to successfully arrange a stable space array. As for where this space array would teleport people, Guizhu probably didn't know. Yang Kai observed this space array, comprehending Guizhu's research into the Tao of space and turning it into his own understanding. A moment later, the sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and was surprised to find that all the people who were still alive on this continent had come over. They seemed to have seen Yang Kai come out of seclusion and had rushed over. "Master!" Baya didn't care about the contemptuous looks directed at her from all around and called out affectionately, smiling as she walked over to Yang Kai and sincerely said, "Congratulations, Master, for your great increase in strength and enlightenment." This time, she sincerely wanted to pledge her allegiance to Yang Kai and follow him, no longer feigning civility and flattery like before, so her smile was incomparably bright. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Brother, it's good that you're fine, don't do such dangerous things again in the future," Shen Tu laughed, but a trace of doubt flashed across the depths of his eyes. He had never been clear about Yang Kai's true bottom line. Although Yang Kai had suddenly killed a third-order saint cultivator inside the Purple Star starship, that momentary burst of strength didn't mean anything. Shen Tu had also been trying to guess what Yang Kai's true strength was. Before Yang Kai entered retreat, he hadn't felt any pressure from Yang Kai, but every time he was with Yang Kai, there was a voice in his heart that screamed. If he really fought with Yang Kai, the one who would die would be him. This was Shen Tu's intuition as a cultivator, so he had always felt that Yang Kai was hiding his cultivation and strength. But now, seeing him again, Shen Tu found that the feeling Yang Kai gave him was even less threatening than before, and his previous instincts didn't warn him this time. Shen Tu was puzzled, wondering what Yang Kai's retreat meant by causing such a big commotion. Had he succeeded or failed? However, the fact that his cultivation had risen by a minor realm was obvious to all. "I'll be careful in the future," Yang Kai chuckled. The He Zhao and He Miao sisters also smiled and nodded to Yang Kai, happy that he was safe. Yu Shi stood behind her two disciples somewhat unnaturally, her pretty face cold. To the side, Lu Guichen squeezed out a slightly reluctant smile and nodded to him. "Little brother, there is one thing we haven't quite understood. If it's convenient, could little brother tell us?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said lightly, "What is it?" Lu Guichen glanced around, calmed himself down, and whispered, "You said before that Senior Guizhu had something to ask of you. What exactly is it?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone turned burning eyes towards Yang Kai, expecting him to give them an answer. They really didn't know what Yang Kai was capable of, a trivial Saint Realm cultivator actually reaching an agreement with a master like Guizhu. What did Guizhu see in him? You might as well ask Senior Guizhu about this. If he is willing to tell you, he will definitely tell you. Yang Kai smiled gently. Lu Guichen's expression became awkward as he suddenly fell silent. He didn't even have time to hide from Guizhu, so how could he ask him about this kind of thing? If he made him unhappy, Guizhu would probably kill him. "Little brat, if you waste any more time with them, this old master will teach you a lesson." Guizhu's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, clearly impatient. Yang Kai's expression changed as he cupped his fists and said, "My apologies, Senior is urging me, I won't waste any more time." As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and transformed into a blue streak of light before disappearing. 10,000 kilometers away from the flat ground on the mountainside, Yang Kai came to a stop. Currently, only Guizhu knew how to tear space. It was one of Yang Kai's trump cards, so he wasn't willing to reveal it, at least not to someone like Lu Guichen. Looking around for a while, Yang Kai circulated his strength, condensed it at his fingertips, and tore. Suddenly, a crack appeared in space. The crack was dark, cold, and empty. Waves of strange and inexplicable fluctuations were emitted from it. Yang Kai didn't rush in and instead stared at this crack in a daze. When he tore space before, the place where he was torn was as smooth as a knife or sword. But now, at the edge of this tear, there was a cluster of black demonic flames burning. These demonic flames were sometimes hot and sometimes cold, constantly changing, making it impossible for anyone to grasp them. These flames seemed to be able to burn space itself, making it impossible for the torn space to heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. He hadn't expected that the new demonic flames born from the fusion of his two strengths would be so strange. It seemed it was necessary for him to re-examine himself. Without stopping, Yang Kai flashed into the crack, and with a single thought, the demonic flames were extinguished, allowing the torn space to close again. Inside the turbulent space, Yang Kai didn't panic, glancing at the human face mark left on his arm by Guizhu and chuckling. What Guizhu was planning, Yang Kai knew better than anyone else. The reason he didn't kill him and urged him to find a way to leave was because he wanted to monitor his movements, pry into how he tore space apart and observe the movements in the chaotic streams of space, and use this to strengthen his understanding of the mysteries of space. Guizhu wanted to steal this method. How could someone like Guizhu place all his hopes on Yang Kai? He had other plans. Chapter 1024. Guizhu's little scheme was something Yang Kai was well aware of, but he had never pointed it out. However, in this turbulent space, everything was cut off from the outside world. Guizhu couldn't even sense where he was, let alone spy on him, so Yang Kai wasn't worried that Guizhu would steal his methods. Although Guizhu's words had enlightened him and greatly improved his strength, something Yang Kai was very grateful to, he still needed to be vigilant. Yang Kai had never been able to relax around Guizhu. For an old monster like him, going back on his word was a common occurrence. Yang Kai now not only had to find a way to leave this place, but he also had to ensure that Guizhu wouldn't try to kill him after he left. This is difficult. Yang Kai's stomach was knotted up, but he couldn't think of a good solution for a while, so he could only take one step at a time. After staying in the turbulent space for a while, Yang Kai left. As soon as his figure appeared, Guizhu's voice sounded in his ear, "Boy, did you gain anything?" Guizhu had an impatient look on his face, as if he was very anxious. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "How could it be so easy? Senior, please don't worry, I was just confirming whether the space territory here had stabilized." "What was the result?" Guizhu continued to ask. It stabilized and won't interfere with my judgment." "That's good. Senior, how far did I move just now?" 1,000 kilometers or so. Guizhu coldly snorted, "Your methods have improved a lot compared to last time, it seems that your strength has improved greatly." Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up as he became excited. Before, when he tore space, he could only move a few hundred kilometers at a time, but now, he could move 1,000 kilometers in an instant. It had to be said that this was a huge improvement. "Don't try to play any tricks with me, you and I both know that you can't escape from this old master's palm. Do your best for this old master, and as long as we can leave this place, this old master promises not to hurt you." "Junior understands," Yang Kai gently nodded. "If Senior has nothing else to say, Junior will continue." "Go." Yang Kai once again tore space apart and placed himself in the turbulent flow of space, searching for an opportunity and direction within it. After his strength and experience improved, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his understanding of the Tao of space was still very shallow. Although his understanding of the Tao of space was deeper than Guizhu's, it was obviously not enough for him to leave this strange continent. So, just like many years ago, he came to this chaotic flow of space to comprehend the profundities of space and pry into its profundities from its surging and erupting. He didn't say anything to Guizhu because Guizhu was impatient and wanted Yang Kai to take him away from here immediately. Time passed day by day. Yang Kai had always been in the turbulent space, comprehending the profoundness of it to his heart's content. Every day, Yang Kai had to return to the continent to report his progress to Guizhu and appease his anxiety. Yang Kai's progress was remarkable. His harvest was huge. His understanding of space had become much smoother. One day, he suddenly had a strange idea and escaped from the space turbulence. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai replaced his physical body with his divine sense to break through the barrier of space and achieve his goal of teleporting. If he wanted to leave, he had to break through the shackles of the seven-colored sky. Guizhu had said that the seven-colored sky was formed by the convergence of the various territory fields in the chaotic abyss, covering an area of at least several thousand kilometers. Even with Yang Kai's current means, he had to accurately tear space several dozen times in order to break through the barrier of this chaotic territory field. He didn't dare to use his physical body to test the waters because any mistake could cause him to be lost in this territory field. However, he could use his divine sense, so even if he lost his divine sense, it wouldn't be a big problem. At most, his soul would be damaged, but with the six-colored soul-warming lotus, he could quickly recover. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out in all directions like a tidal wave as he condensed his divine sense into invisible threads, attaching them to his own comprehension of the Tao of space and thrusting them into the void. These strands of consciousness contained the subtlety of space as they flew. Strands and strands of untraceable traces shuttled back and forth across the entire continent. They disappeared from one place and suddenly reappeared in another. They broke through the restraints of space and displayed a strange state of teleportation. The range of Yang Kai's divine sense grew wider and wider. Inside the mountain peak, Guizhu, who had been monitoring Yang Kai's movements, suddenly showed a look of surprise and couldn't help nodding to himself. Good, good, it seems he's making some progress. He couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai's progress meant that his chances of leaving this cage were greater, so he didn't disturb Yang Kai and let him experiment on his own. After an hour, Yang Kai showed a tired look. This was a sign that his divine sense was too vast and far beyond his current realm. At this moment, Yang Kai's divine sense had covered almost half of the continent, a level that a second-order saint cultivator could not achieve. Even masters like Yu Shi and Lu Guichen would not be able to achieve this level. Because Yang Kai's divine sense was constantly jumping and breaking through the shackles of space, unlike ordinary people's divine sense. This was why he could detect half of the continent. Taking back his divine sense, Yang Kai wanted to restore himself. However, at that moment, one of the divine senses he had spread out suddenly noticed some unusual movements. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he took back the rest of his divine sense and focused his spiritual energy on a particular spot to continue exploring. A moment later, his expression shook as he made an astonishing discovery. At the center of this continent, 10,000 meters below ground, there was a terrifying surge of energy. This energy was extremely well hidden, as if it had always been there. If not for Yang Kai's divine sense passing through that spot, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. Furthermore, he also discovered that there was a layer of barrier around the energy. That barrier was incomparably sturdy and protected the energy, perfectly concealing it from others. Yang Kai's divine sense that had accidentally jumped into this barrier stayed there for a moment and was greatly nourished, the divine sense thread that had almost disappeared growing again. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately realized that this mass of energy was somewhat unusual. Remaining calm, Yang Kai left his divine sense thread in place to determine its location while he sat down cross-legged and began to restore himself. He wanted to figure out what this mass of energy was. Would Guizhu, who had lived here for 2,000 years, know about it? Soon, Yang Kai faintly felt that Guizhu should not be aware of its existence. Because if he knew, he would not have let it go. Yang Kai believed that even Guizhu would not be able to ignore such a huge amount of energy. But why hadn't he discovered it? Guizhu was already an Origin King Realm Master, so with a single thought, he knew the situation of this continent like the back of his hand. "Senior," Yang Kai called out with his divine sense. "What's the matter?" Guizhu replied immediately. "This junior wants to ask, after living on this continent for so long, have you discovered anything special about it?" "Special?" Guizhu coldly snorted as he roared angrily, "What do you want to ask?" In addition to the rich world energy and abundant materials, this place is basically a hateful prison. A prison that has trapped this old master for 2,000 years, this old master will leave this place sooner or later. Have you discovered something? Guizhu suddenly became vigilant. "No, I just want to inquire about some things so I can determine the direction to leave this place." Yang Kai replied casually. "You'd better, if this old master finds out you're playing tricks, don't blame me for being impolite." Guizhu snorted. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "Do you want to use your special divine sense to find the source of this damned place's stars?" Stars source? What's that?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You don't understand?" Guizhu was also stunned. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled bitterly. This junior was born on a low-level continent. The people there have never even ventured deep into the star field, so I don't know much about the star territory. "Barbarian." Guizhu snorted disdainfully. "Star's source is star's source, any cultivation star has one. It can be said that it is the essence of a cultivation star. For example, if a star is a cultivator, then star's source is equivalent to the cultivator's dantian, equivalent to the cultivator's knowledge C. If a cultivator can carve their own soul brand on the star source of a cultivation star, then they will become the master of that cultivation star. They will be able to clearly understand everything about that cultivation star. If they want, they can cause a natural disaster to erupt anywhere on that cultivation star. With a single thought, they can turn the mountains of that cultivation star into a vast ocean or flatten an abyss into a flat land. Yang Kai couldn't help being shocked. Isn't that the same as controlling a cultivation star? Exactly. Within a cultivation star's territory, every star master controls the source of their cultivation star. They can absorb the energy of that cultivation star at will to supplement themselves. On this cultivation star, their strength will never be exhausted, it is inexhaustible. Boy, do you understand the power of a star master now? I understand. Yang Kai's face went pale. Then this place, I said you were a barbarian, but you really are a barbarian. This is just a strange continent, not a star, so where did this star source come from? This old master searched for it more than 1,500 years ago. If there really was one, how could you have come here to take advantage of it? Yang Kai smiled wryly. What Senior said is right, I was just asking casually. I wasn't looking for any star's source, I've never even heard of it before. Good, if you know, then hurry up and find a way out. Don't think about such nonsense, it's too unrealistic and won't do you any good, Gue Zhu reprimanded before cutting off contact with Yang Kai, no longer paying any attention to him. Yang Kai continued to restore himself as he fell into contemplation. As Gue Zhu said, this place really didn't look like a star, but rather a strange continent. However, Yang Kai had seen stars shaped like ancient trees in the chaotic abyss. They were like huge towering trees with branches and leaves that grew in the chaotic abyss, exuding a rich wood attribute energy. From this perspective, it was not an exaggeration to call this continent a star. After all, its size was not small, far larger than a meteorite. Chapter 1025. This inadvertent discovery caused Yang Kai's mood to waver. Whether or not this mass of energy was star's source, Yang Kai wasn't clear. Under Gue Zhu's strict surveillance, he didn't dare to investigate too deeply and could only leave things as they were. However, Yang Kai also had his own speculations. If this was really star's source, it must have formed in the last 1,500 years, or it could have deceived Gue Zhu's detection. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to remain unscathed and be ignored by Gue Zhu. Yang Kai didn't withdraw his wisp of divine sense and instead left it there, nourished and strengthened by this inexplicable energy. Yang Kai planned to wait until he had a chance to come back and take a look at the situation. The wisp of divine sense he left there could provide him with an accurate location. Yang Kai did this without leaving a trace, so it didn't attract too much attention from Gue Zhu. As time passed, Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space became more and more profound. His divine sense was now able to easily cover half of the continent. His divine sense, which was infused with the Tao of space, was able to easily reach any location he wanted. Yang Kai explored the seven-colored sky many times, constantly experimenting, and after countless strands of his divine sense were lost in the chaotic territory, he finally had some confidence he could leave this place. Remaining calm and silent, Yang Kai continued to explore and experiment, striving to achieve perfection and not make any mistakes. Every day, Yang Kai would report to Gue Zhu, but he didn't tell him the truth, so Gue Zhu didn't know anything. On this day, Yang Kai returned from the seven-colored sky, and as soon as he arrived at a flat area halfway up the mountain, he smelled a bloody scent in the air. His expression changed slightly as he spread out his divine sense and soon discovered something was wrong. The people who were still alive on this continent were gathered together at this moment, and the atmosphere was heavy as if they were discussing something. What's wrong? Yang Kai walked over and asked. Someone died. Shen Tu's expression became ugly. Yang Kai was surprised and turned to look in front of him. Sure enough, he saw a cultivator lying on the ground, his vitality drained away. His body seemed to have been subjected to great pressure and burst open in an instant, making his corpse look horrible. Which side are they from? Yang Kai asked. Our people. He Zhao replied sadly. He Miao and Yushi both wore looks of grief and indignation, and even Lu Guichen couldn't help showing a trace of sadness. Back then, their Purple Star and Sword Union had more than 100 cultivators who had fallen into this predicament, but after more than a year, only a dozen or so cultivators were still alive. They had lived in peace for several months, but now, another cultivator had died right under their noses. No one even knew how he died. Who killed him? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. No one dared to answer, all of them smiling bitterly. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Here, besides Gue Zhu, no one else had the courage to kill. That old monster seemed to be in a very bad mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attacked a junior for no reason. Yang Kai, can you talk to Senior Gue Zhu? We don't have any intention of resisting him, so can you ask him not to kill again? He Zhao pursed her red lips and turned to Yang Kai. This time, one of Sword Union's cultivators had died, so if Gue Zhu wanted to kill again next time, who would suffer? Maybe it would be someone else, maybe it would be them. Besides Yang Kai, who could sit back and relax, everyone else was on edge. Once Gue Zhu killed everyone here and saw no hope of leaving, he likely wouldn't spare Yang Kai's life. He would use soul-searching to strip Yang Kai's memories, devour his understanding of the Tao of space, then cut off all means of retreat and figure out a way to leave on his own. That's right, Yang Kai, Shen Tu also spoke up. Shen Tu also spoke up, you're the only one here who can speak with Senior Gue Zhu. I don't want to die without knowing why. Everyone else looked at him eagerly, treating him as a life-saving straw. Yang Kai gently nodded, I'll talk to him, but whether he'll listen or not, I don't know. As long as he can talk to him, Shen Tu smiled helplessly. He Zhao, he Miao, come with me and bury him, Yushi whispered. Yes. The remaining 3 from Sword Union worked together to carry the dead cultivator's body away and find a place to bury him. Yang Kai turned around and walked into the mountainside, turning a few corners in the corridor before arriving at the stone room where Gue Zhu lived. Yang Kai had never been to this stone room before, only knowing that Gue Zhu lived here. This was his first time coming here. The entire stone room was very different from the rest. It seemed to be immersed in endless darkness, without a trace of light. Inside this stone room, there were faint shadows shuttling back and forth as a serene soul-like energy roamed about. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine as a terrifying sound rang out in his ears, causing his mind to tremble. In an instant, a strange scene appeared in front of his eyes. In that scene, a ferocious-looking ghost rushed towards him, wanting to gnaw at his flesh and soul, dragging him into the 9 nether purgatory, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Yang Kai's whole body went stiff and he couldn't move. A cluster of demonic flames suddenly emerged from his body, connecting together and making him look like he was burning. Yang Kai broke free from this illusion. Gue Zhu's strange laughter rang out in his ears as he shouted, "Boy, what are you doing here?" Yang Kai frowned, allowing the demonic flames to continue burning, dispelling the influence of the ghostly shadow on him, carefully choosing his words before asking, "Did Senior kill someone today?" Gue Zhu smiled and said, "What's so surprising about killing someone? You didn't come looking for this old master for such a trivial matter, did you?" They were very nervous, afraid that they would be next, Yang Kai quickly said. "And, that's right." Gue Zhu seemed to be very happy. This boring world, this old master is tired of living such a boring life. This old master just wants to have some fun. This old master likes to see people on tenterhooks, so let them be. Just because you were bored, you killed someone? So what? Gue Zhu coldly snorted, and the dark stone room suddenly lit up. The strange stones that had been decorating the stone walls began to glow as Gue Zhu sat in the center of the stone room, his pair of gloomy eyes staring towards Yang Kai as he sneered, "You came to intercede for them? You're not that kind of person, are you? Even if this old master kills them all, you won't show any mercy." Senior must be joking, Junior is also a human, and there are a few of Junior's friends among them. Naturally, I don't want you to continue killing them. Friends? Guizhu was startled for a moment before bursting into laughter. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive this old master. You do have some friendship with a few of those people, but it's far from enough for you to disobey me for them. To put it simply, if you have some benefits, you'll take them with you, but if you're facing a crisis, you won't sacrifice your life for them. You're not stupid, you know what the consequences of disobeying me are. Yang Kai fell silent. Guizhu seemed to have hit the nail on the head. You're afraid this old master will kill all of those people and then attack you? Guizhu shouted. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yes, Senior's insight is as clear as day. Junior has such concerns. Guizhu gently nodded. If you really have such concerns, you might as well work harder and find a way to leave as soon as possible. Before this old master kills all of those people and attacks you, I believe in your ability, and I believe you haven't done your best. Junior already has some ideas. Yang Kai frowned. Guizhu's body shook as his eyes flashed brilliantly, shouting, Good, good, as long as you have some ideas, good. This news of yours has made this old master very happy. This old master's mood will probably be maintained for some time. Continue to work hard, don't let this old master down. Junior will take his leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and quickly left. The moment he turned around, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. He suddenly understood that Guizhu didn't kill those people because he was in a bad mood, but rather to warn him and put pressure on him. Guizhu should have become vigilant about Yang Kai's concealment, otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly started killing people. It was just that Guizhu didn't know what Yang Kai was concealing and couldn't point it out, so he used this method. Guizhu wanted to tell Yang Kai that his patience was limited, and if Yang Kai couldn't satisfy him, he would end up like that dead man. Yang Kai understood this clearly, so he had no choice but to appease Guizhu in the end. However, this appeasement wouldn't last long. The next time Guizhu lost his patience, he might really kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had been planning to leave secretly after finding a way out, ignoring Guizhu and letting him continue to be trapped here, allowing him to die of old age. However, the difference in strength between them was so great that Yang Kai was forced into a passive position. He realized that his idea was somewhat unrealistic. Even if he really managed to find a way out, he would likely be stopped by Guizhu before he could leave safely. Yang Kai pondered, wondering if he should believe Guizhu's oath and leave this place with him, then everyone would be happy. Doing so was undoubtedly very risky, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if Guizhu could really keep his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind like lightning, his expression becoming more and more serious. Returning to his stone room, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to restore his consumed strength while contemplating. From outside, the sound of light footsteps could be heard as Baya walked in uninvited, gently arriving behind Yang Kai, pressing her tender body against his as she gently rubbed Yang Kai's back with her plump hands while gently kneading Yang Kai's shoulders. Opening her red lips lightly, she asked, Master, when we can leave this place one day, can you take this servant with you? Naturally, Yang Kai said casually. Baya smiled bitterly, her hands still moving as she whispered, You don't need to patronize me, I know you never intended to take me with you. After all, I've been rude and disrespectful to you before, and I'm not a good person. She suddenly started to blame herself, causing Kai Yang to be confused. He didn't know what she was doing. Chapter 1026. Inside the stone room, Baya's expression was bleak and her voice was bitter. During this time, she had been serving Yang Kai, and although she had been very docile and well-behaved, Yang Kai had always said 1 was 1, 2 was 2, and she hadn't dared to resist in the slightest. But she wasn't stupid, on the contrary, this woman was very shrewd. She had long seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Even if they could leave this place, Yang Kai wouldn't take her with him. That was why Baya had made things clear in advance. She wanted to use her sincerity to impress Yang Kai and change Yang Kai's mind. If we can leave here, I will definitely listen to you in the future and do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to be left here, I promise to only be loyal to you. Baya begged. Even a master like Gue Zhu had been trapped here for 2,000 years without being able to find a way out. If she was left here, she would only die of old age alone. That kind of ending was simply too terrible. Yang Kai turned his head and stared at her deeply. Baya calmly stared back at Yang Kai, not showing the slightest trace of panic in her beautiful eyes. After a moment, Yang Kai gently nodded, "If that day really comes, I will tell you." Baya froze for a moment before smiling bitterly, "Thank you." "Good, I have something to think about, you can leave now." Yang Kai waved his hand. Baya politely bowed and left, her expression becoming more and more bitter, because she knew that Yang Kai's last words were just perfunctory, he had no intention of changing his mind. Time flew by and about 10 days later. Another person died tragically, this time it was one of Lu Guichen's subordinates, a First-Order Saint King Realm Master. He had been meditating on the flat ground on the mountainside when suddenly his body exploded into a bloody mist. The death of this second person made the people who were still alive even more nervous. Once again, they went to find Yang Kai and asked him to think of a way. Even Yushi, who had always been proud and unwilling to bow her head, had no choice but to lower her head and plead with him to persuade Gue Zhu. Yang Kai agreed casually. However, he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade Gue Zhu, it would be useless. The most important thing now was to let Gue Zhu see some clear hope. Only then would he be happy, and once he was happy, he would stop killing. Yang Kai's star shuttle and he flew up into the seven-colored sky. Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, condensing his divine sense threads, and space divine sense. Powerful threads of divine sense leapt forward, breaking through the seal of space and escaping the constraints of distance. With a single thought, Yang Kai could cross 1,000 kilometers. Soon, Yang Kai's soul's divine space, Yang Kai, Yang, Yang Kai, Yang, and Yang, Yang Yang Yang, of course, and Yang, Yang, Yang. Yang Yang Yang, Yang Yang Yang, Yu, Yang, to Yang, Yang, to the Yang 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 Yu, Yang 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 Yang. Yang Kai's face was pale and his divine sense was slightly damaged. Quickly stuffing a saint pill into his mouth, Yang Kai urged the power of the six-colored soul-warming lotus to repair his soul. After another hour, Yang Kai released his divine sense again. Inside the mountain, in the dark stone room, Gue Zhu grinned, "Little brat, do you really think this old master doesn't know what you're up to? If I didn't give you some pressure, you wouldn't have been willing to put in any effort. I hope you'll be more honest this time, otherwise don't blame this old master for killing you again. This old master showed mercy the last 2 times, but this time, I'll kill those who have some friendship with you. I want to see if you really have a heart of stone." In his eyes, the figures of Shuntu, He Zao, and He Miao suddenly appeared. At the same time, the expressions of the 3 people in different positions all changed as they felt a chill run down their spines. A kind of aura of death filled their bodies, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. Up in the seven-colored sky, Yang Kai sat cross-legged atop his star shuttle, stabilizing his body as his divine sense drifted back and forth, shuttling back and forth through the chaotic territory. He was unable to perceive the passage of time, but he was constantly probing the void with his divine sense. After trying more than 20 times and losing his divine sense more than 20 times, Yang Kai still didn't have any substantial gains. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to find a way to leave in such a crazy way, even if they were stronger. Once one's divine sense was damaged too frequently and too severely, it would become irreparable damage, causing a person to become muddle-headed. The 6-colored soul-warming lotus was able to repair Yang Kai's damaged divine sense, allowing him to eliminate this worry. At a certain moment, Yang Kai once again felt his divine sense drying up and couldn't help showing a look of disappointment. Because this time, he still hadn't succeeded. Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, Yang Kai suddenly noticed some subtle changes in the territory in a certain direction and couldn't help gathering all his divine sense together and piercing towards that direction. To his surprise, this time his divine sense easily broke through a barrier and his divine sense instantly broke free of the seven-colored sky's shroud and escaped this cage-like existence. Soon, Yang Kai saw countless beautiful stars. Each of these stars exuded a surging energy, some were extremely cold, some were as hot as fire, some were filled with tornadoes that swept across the stars, and there was even one that resembled a huge ancient tree that grew healthily in the star field. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai couldn't help shouting, his eyes shining brightly. This was the first time he had broken through to the chaotic abyss with his divine sense. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic. Being trapped here, not only was Wuxia anxious, but Yang Kai was also impatient. After spending so much time with Wuxia, Yang Kai felt as if his life was hanging by a thread. Now that he saw the chaotic abyss, he saw hope for survival. Yang Kai was genuinely excited. Calming his mood, Yang Kai carefully confirmed again that the place his divine sense had reached was the chaotic abyss before carefully withdrawing his divine sense, not daring to act too hastily. In the process of withdrawing his divine sense, Yang Kai left a few strands of his divine sense along the way as a guide. These divine sense strands wouldn't last long. Yang Kai estimated that they would disappear completely in less than a day, but as long as he had these divine sense strands to guide him, he didn't have to worry about getting lost in the seven-colored sky of this territory. He was fully confident he could leave this place. Soon, Yang Kai took back the remaining strands of his divine sense, his expression uncertain and hesitant. He wanted to follow the direction marked by the divine sense strands and leave this place directly. However, he knew that once he left, everyone on this continent would die because of him. This was secondary though, the most important thing was that Yang Kai didn't know if he could successfully leave this place before Wuxia intercepted him. Looking at the face mark Wuxia had left on his arm, Yang Kai sighed softly. Standing up, Yang Kai gave up on the restlessness in his heart and summoned his star shuttle to fly towards the mountain peak. A moment later, Yang Kai returned and walked straight to the stone room where Wuxia lived. Dark and cold as always, Yang Kai stood in front of the stone room. "Boy, how's it going?" Noticing his arrival, Wuxia asked in a deep voice. In the darkness, his pair of eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai, unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. "We can leave now," Yang Kai replied. Unexpectedly, Wuxia did not respond, as if he was stunned by this huge surprise, unable to speak. After a while, he muttered, "Really?" Wuxia's voice trembled slightly, revealing the excitement in his heart. "Boy, you should know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to fool this old master. This old master has been waiting for this day for far too long," Wuxia roared in a low voice. "I'm not fooling you, we can indeed leave now," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Ha ha ha." Wuxia suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter rumbling like thunder, causing the mountain peaks to tremble and rocks to tumble down. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Guichen, Yushi, and the others all looked over in horror. They didn't know what Wuxia was thinking, but all of them felt like they were facing a great enemy and couldn't help gathering together in an attempt to find some sense of security. "Good, I knew you wouldn't let this old master down, boy." Wuxia's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai, his hand grabbing onto Yang Kai's arm like an iron hoop as he said impatiently, "Let's go, let's leave this place." Because of his excitement, the strength of his hand was so great that Yang Kai's bones were almost crushed. "There's no need to rush." Yang Kai struggled and broke free from Wuxia's big hand. "No need to rush. This old master is in a hurry." Wuxia squinted at him, his eyes filled with hostility. "Are you still planning something? Senior worries too much, but before we leave, I feel there are some things I need to make clear, Yang Kai said lightly. Guizhu's eyes flashed with a strange light, his excited expression suddenly calming down as he gently nodded. Speak, this old master is listening. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before saying, although this junior is willing to believe in senior's character and promises, just to be on the safe side, this junior wants to confirm that you won't do anything to me after we leave this place. Guizhu smiled wickedly. Rest assured, if you can satisfy this old master's wish to leave this place, this old master will never hurt you. This is this old master's lifelong wish. I can only thank you for it, so how could I possibly harm you? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he quickly said, I hope so, and I hope senior can remember the oath he made before. And, this old master remembers. Guizhu pointed to his head. I remember it clearly. That's good, right? Can we leave now? Yang Kai shook his head. Guizhu's face sank as he impatiently asked, what else do you want? I want to take a few people with me, it's just along the way. Guizhu immediately understood who he wanted to take with him and said indifferently, as long as they don't hinder this old master, it doesn't matter if you take them all with you. They won't hinder you. I'll have to trouble senior to call in the people I mentioned. Guizhu looked at him with interest. Call who? Yang Kai immediately reported a few names, and Guizhu nodded before summoning them with his divine sense. Chapter 1027. Halfway up the mountain, Yushi, Hizeo, Himiao, Shentu, and the others, who were feeling nervous because of Guizhu's crazy laughter, suddenly stiffened and their faces went white as paper. Guizhu's voice suddenly rang in their ears. What happened? Lu Guichen hurriedly asked. Guizhu summoned. Yushi couldn't help gulping. Lu Guichen was startled and the look in his eyes towards Yushi immediately changed, some kind of schadenfreude, some kind of sadness, but also some kind of relief, no longer saying anything. I was also summoned. Shentu's face went pale as a deep sense of powerlessness filled his heart. Me, too. Baya squeezed her hands together as her tender body trembled. Master, what should we do? Hizeo looked at Yushi nervously. Yushi's heart was also in chaos and she didn't know what to do for a while. Of the more than 100 people who had died because of Guizhu, only a few of them remained. Today, Guizhu had summoned so many people at once. Only the heavens knew what he wanted to do. It's a blessing, not a curse. Yushi smiled bitterly and gave up on the idea of escaping, because in front of an Origin King Realm Master, there was no way she could escape. Come with me, if you really die today, stay by Master's side. She looked at Hizeo and Himiao lovingly and secretly vowed to protect her two disciples. Even if it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, she wouldn't hesitate. The three of them took the lead and walked into the mountain. Shentu and Baya exchanged a glance and could only helplessly follow. Looking at their departing backs, one of the purple star cultivators came over to Lu Guichen and said, Master, they probably won't be able to return. Lu Guichen sighed softly and smiled bitterly. I don't know whether to rejoice or grieve for them, but we have escaped this disaster for the time being. Next time, I'm afraid. The 3 or 4 subordinates gathered around him all wore gloomy expressions. They all thought that the people who had been summoned this time were dead. Yang Kai waited in the mountain corridor and soon saw Shentu and the others come over. Gently nodding to them, he immediately showed a suspicious look and asked, What's wrong with you? All of you look so sad. Shentu's mouth twitched as he said unwillingly, he was summoned by Guizhu. Saying so, he gently patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and whispered, Brother, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time. If you have a chance to escape from here, please send a message to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce saying I disappointed my father. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have acted so mischievously. He looked like he was giving his last words, and his expression was solemn. Hengluo Chamber of Commerce? Yushi looked at him thoughtfully, a trace of doubt flashing across her beautiful eyes. Remember, make sure you deliver the message. Of course, if you can't leave this place, then forget it. Shun Tu patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and sighed deeply. Yang Kai had an odd expression on his face. Thinking about it for a moment, he suddenly understood why these people were so dejected, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, and couldn't help smiling. What do you think Senior Guizhu summoned you for? I don't know, but it can't be anything good. Shun Tu froze for a moment before looking at Yang Kai in surprise. Do you know something? Tell me, what is he going to do to us? Everyone couldn't help turning their eyes towards him. I asked Senior Guizhu to summon you, Yang Kai said bluntly. Everyone's expression became puzzled. I'll take you out of here, Yang Kai continued. Shun Tu was shocked, and the beautiful eyes of Yushi, Hizao, Miao, and Baya also flashed a strange light, all of them staring at Yang Kai incredulously. I found a way to leave, and I talked to Senior Guizhu and he agreed to let you come with me. No way, did I hear that right? We can leave this place? Shun Tu muttered in a daze, a look of disbelief filling his face. Hizao and Miao's pretty faces also showed a look of excitement, their eyes filled with gratitude, Miao eagerly asking, Yang Kai, is what you said true? You're not lying to us, right? Yang Kai shook his head. She suddenly became overjoyed. She covered her small mouth, and a layer of watery light appeared in her beautiful eyes. That's great, that's great. On one hand, she had thought that after being summoned by Guizhu, she would die without a doubt, but now things were not as she had feared. On the other hand, she had learned that she could escape this cage, so she couldn't help herself. Hizao hugged her shoulder and the two sisters looked at each other before bursting into laughter. Baya also seemed to be shocked by this news, standing in place stupidly, unable to recover for a while as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, unable to understand why he had suddenly changed his mind. Not long ago, Baya had looked for Yang Kai and talked to him about this, but Yang Kai's attitude at that time was clearly perfunctory, yet now he wanted to bring her along. Baya couldn't help feeling that this was unrealistic, as if she was in a dream. Among everyone present, the one who was the most confused was Yushi. She stared at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, no one able to tell what she was thinking. She wanted to open her mouth and thank him, but she couldn't bring herself to say those words, her heart twisted in knots. You wait a moment, Baya, come with me. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to Yushi and instead beckoned to Baya and walked over. Baya responded quickly and followed behind Yang Kai. The two of them stood a short distance away and Yang Kai stared at her, his brow furrowed slightly, hesitating for a moment before saying, to be honest, I really don't want to take you with me, nor do I care about you. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Baya smiled bitterly, I understand, after all, I've done a lot of bad things to you before. There is a saying that it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's surname. You're a dissolute and treacherous woman, men are nothing more than playthings to you, a source of strength for you to enhance yourself. Now that you have something to ask of me, you're acting so docile. Who knows if once you leave this place, you'll revert to your original nature and hold a grudge against me and seek revenge. No, I won't do that, Baya quickly waved her hands. I don't trust you. Yang Kai shook his head. Baya's face paled, seemingly feeling that her hope of leaving this place was getting further and further away. But you've served me well these past few days, and, whether you're being hypocritical or sincere, you've served me for so many days. If I were to just leave you here, it would make me seem too cold-blooded. What do you want me to do to make you trust me? Baya understood the meaning behind his words and her beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai imploringly. Tell me, I'll do whatever you say, I won't let you down. Yang Kai gently nodded. Release your knowledge, seize defenses, I want your soul brand, I want to be able to control your life and death. Baya froze for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across her beautiful eyes, but after hesitating for a moment, she nodded heavily and took the initiative to release her knowledge, seize defenses. The next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense pierced into Bai Ye's knowledge sea, shuttling back and forth, searching for something. A moment later, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and took away her soul brand. Bai Ye's face paled slightly, her red lips trembling slightly as she asked, "Is this all right?" Yang Kai looked at her strangely for a moment before nodding, "It's all right." After a pause, he asked, "How many men have you harmed?" Bai Ye pursed her lips and giggled, "Did you peek into other people's memories?" Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, "It's inevitable." Inside Bai Ye's knowledge sea, there was a series of filthy memories. Even though Yang Kai was a man who had seen much of the world, he couldn't help feeling a little shocked. This woman was simply a source of calamity. Any man who was targeted by her could not escape from her poisonous hands, dying one after another as their blood essence was sucked dry. However, those men all had happy expressions on their faces when they died, completely unaware of what their fates would be. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little scared. If not for the many twists and turns on the Purple Star starship, he might have ended up in the same situation, sleeping with her for a while before dying on her belly. "I'll be yours from now on." Bai Ye bit her thin red lips lightly, her seductive figure radiating invisible ripples that impacted Yang Kai's mind. "I'll serve you more diligently in the future." "Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. After we leave here, you and I will go our separate ways," Yang Kai snorted. "You wouldn't really?" Bai Ye covered her mouth as she looked Yang Kai up and down. "Really what? Is there a problem with that?" Bai Ye asked the question that had been lingering in her heart for a long time, her eyes pausing between Yang Kai's legs, a look of pity appearing on her face. Yang Kai's face went black. "If you dare talk nonsense again, I'll leave you here." Saying so, he no longer paid any attention to this crazy woman, turned around, and left. Bai Ye's wild laughter came from behind him, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's threat at all. Yang Kai had just arrived at the place where everyone was gathered when Gue Zhu appeared leisurely. The several people who had been whispering to each other quickly shut up, not daring to speak again. "Have you dealt with it?" Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai. Then let's go." Gue Zhu laughed. "Wait a moment, I have something to say." Yang Kai looked around at the crowd solemnly. "I have to let you know that when I took you out of here, I used a method called tearing space." "Tearing space?" Yushi called out in amazement, staring at Yang Kai strangely. "You also know about the mysteries of space?" Nodding, Yang Kai said, "Not bad." Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she turned to Gue Zhu in realization. No wonder Senior Gue Zhu reached an agreement with you, so that's how it is." They had been wondering what it was about Yang Kai that made Gue Zhu want to protect him and provide him with a good cultivation environment. Gue Zhu's attitude towards Yang Kai was completely different from how he treated others, and it wasn't until now that they understood. Tearing space meant there was a chance to escape from this cage. This was the direction Gue Zhu had been researching for 1,000 years, and it was also a territory he had never been able to understand. It was his only hope to leave. Chapter 1028. No one had expected that someone like Yang Kai would also dabble in the mysteries of space. The Tao of space had always been an extremely obscure existence. Not only was it difficult to comprehend, but it was also extremely difficult to break through. A cultivator who understood the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even looking at the entire star territory, a cultivator proficient in the mysteries of space was extremely rare. Even a master like Gue Zhu, who had studied the Tao of space for 1,000 years, hadn't been able to produce any useful space arrays at all. "Brother." Shen Tu pursed his dry lips and murmured, "Did you really come from a low-level continent? You haven't been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, have you?" He asked the same question everyone was thinking. Almost all of them had the same thought, thinking that Yang Kai's background was extraordinary and that he was simply putting on an act to deceive them. Yang Kai smiled, "If I didn't come from a low-level continent, I wouldn't be so ignorant about the common sense of star territory. Shen Tu thought about it carefully and nodded lightly, that's true. Since he met Yang Kai had constantly asked him questions about common sense. If all of this was just an act, then it was simply too much. But you really are quite surprising. Shen Tu smiled bitterly, why are you telling us all this now? Because I need your cooperation to take you away. Yang Kai's expression became dignified, I can tear space and take you into the void to find a way out, but the space I tear is different from the void corridor that has been around for a long time. The void corridor is stable and connects 2 points in space, allowing people to freely shuttle between them, but the space I tear is unstable. Everyone's expression changed slightly, suddenly realizing that things were not as simple as they had imagined. The road to leaving seemed to be full of thorns. I need you to promise me that you won't use any of your strength in there. Yang Kai swept his eyes over everyone solemnly before finally settling on Gui Zhu, Senior, you too, because once you use your strength, the turbulent flow of the void will become even more chaotic. We will most likely be exiled to some unknown crevice in the void, and once we can't determine where we are, even I won't be able to leave. Oh. Gui Zhu grinned and nodded, good, this old master won't use his strength. Have you all memorized it? Yang Kai looked at the others. Everyone frowned. There's nothing else. As long as you follow me, you'll be fine. Yang Kai thought about it carefully and felt that he had said everything he needed to say. Then, he said, if you're ready, let's go. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tore a crack in the void. That crack seemed to be pulled by an invisible hand, and it was several feet wide. It was pitch black inside, without the slightest bit of light. Violent void energy collided and pulled inside, forming a terrifying area like a swamp. It was incomparably strange. Gui Zhu's expression couldn't help becoming dignified as he stared deeply into the void crack. Everyone else was even more nervous than the last. In Kai Yang's hand was a piece of glowing stone that he had taken from the wall. Without saying a word, he entered the cave. Gui Zhu's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to keep up with Yang Kai's pace and instead threw Shen Tu in. Baiya followed closely behind Shen Tu while Gui Zhu entered unhurriedly, squeezing Yushi's group of 3 behind him. After the 7 of them had all entered, the rift that had been torn open quickly closed and disappeared. Surrounded by cold darkness, the only light came from the strange stone in Yang Kai's hand, guiding everyone forward. None of them dared to take a single step behind, all of them walking through the void as if they were treading on thin ice, quietly glancing left and right, all of them looking shocked. None of them had ever had such a strange experience before, nor had they ever imagined that one day they would be able to walk through the void. The spatial turbulence in the surroundings was extremely chaotic, and it was like the most terrifying ferocious beast had opened its savage maw with the intention of swallowing all of them. On the other hand, the spatial turbulence looked like the most dangerous swamp, and it was filled with muddy traps. The slightest carelessness would cause one to be pulled into it and exiled to the end of the world. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests. As they looked around in amazement, they couldn't help feeling a sense of trepidation. What gave them peace of mind though was that wherever Yang Kai walked, the chaotic void seemed to be smoothed out and the muddy turbulence became as solid as flat ground, making it less dangerous to walk through. Everyone was keenly aware that Yang Kai's essence, qi, and soul seemed to have formed a strange resonance with the turbulent void, allowing him to find a way out. Everyone held their breaths as they followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, moving forward one by one. Suddenly, a brief exclamation rang out and Yang Kai couldn't help pausing, turning his head and asking, "What happened?" "Nothing." He Miao patted her chest and said apologetically, "Sorry, I thought I fell down." The expanse of space by her feet exploded apart inch by inch, and it was like the surface of a shattered mirror that caused others to be unable to help but arouse the misconception that they had fallen into an abyss. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything, continuing to lead the way. "Little girl, don't be so startled, this old master was also scared half to death by you." Guizhu turned around and smiled at He Miao, his gloomy smile causing He Miao's already gloomy expression to become even uglier. Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them, stopped again, stretched out his hand, and tore open another crack in the void. He leapt out. Everyone followed closely behind. Fresh air rushed into everyone's nostrils and everyone felt like they had just walked through the gates of hell, their bodies dripping with sweat. Looking around for a while, Shen Tu suddenly wore a strange expression and said, "Yang Kai, we don't seem to have gone far." As he said so, he looked down. Just below everyone's feet, there was a burned mountain peak that was completely bare. On the flat land halfway up the mountain, there seemed to be a few people moving about. These people were clearly Lu Guichen and the Purple Star cultivators. They had also noticed the situation here and were pointing towards them, not understanding what was going on. It really wasn't that far, just a few thousand kilometers. Yang Kai nodded and explained, "This time, we just wanted you to familiarize yourself with the feeling of moving through the void. What's next is the main event." Pointing to the seven-colored sky, he declared, "We need to penetrate this sky and break through the blockade of that chaotic territory." Understood. Shen Tu nodded. "Let's continue." Yang Kai smiled lightly, "I can still do this a few more times." Slightly sensing the fluctuations of the divine sense thread he had left behind before, Yang Kai confirmed its position and tore space again. As everyone filed in, He Miao suddenly turned her head and glanced down, whispering, "Master, Lu Guichen and the others seem to be rushing over here." "Don't pay attention to them, keep up," Yushi urged. Lu Guichen, just wait for your death here." Yushi sneered softly, glancing down casually, the last one to enter. A moment later, Lu Guichen, who had arrived on his star shuttle, looked around in a daze, but couldn't see anyone. He suddenly realized that he had been abandoned and his face instantly went pale. The people Guizhu had summoned before were clearly related to Yang Kai, the only ones who hadn't been summoned were those from Purple Star. He was still gloating a little, thinking that Yushi and the others were about to die, but they didn't know that it was actually a way to survive. On the contrary, he and his 3 or 4 subordinates had been abandoned here forever. Lu Guichen's face changed dramatically as he roared angrily. Up in the seven-colored sky, the territory of the various stars from the chaotic abyss intersected, making this several thousand-kilometer area even more mysterious than the void. Somewhere, a crack in space suddenly opened and Yang Kai stepped out, closed his eyes, and sensed his surroundings, his heart calming down. The divine sense thread he had left behind before was not far away, and although there were some errors, it didn't matter. As long as he followed the trajectory of the divine sense thread, he was confident he could reach the chaotic abyss. Once he reached the chaotic abyss, he would truly be free. One figure after another appeared behind him, and after everyone saw the scenery in front of them, all of them couldn't help sighing in amazement, because all around them were seven-colored, brilliant and beautiful. However, everyone soon discovered that they couldn't extend their divine senses in this place because they would be affected by the chaotic territory around them and become lost, making it impossible for them to withdraw their divine senses. Guizhu gently nodded, "Very good, you really have the ability to leave this place. This old master was right to trust you." At a glance, he could tell that this place was somewhere above the floating continent, a place he had never been before, so he couldn't help feeling confident in Yang Kai. It seemed that because his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years was about to be fulfilled, his expression was no longer as gloomy and terrifying as before, instead wearing a smile of expectation. Yang Kai glanced over at him and smiled lightly. The human face mark on his arm gave off a much colder aura than before. He knew that Guizhu was on guard against him suddenly abandoning him. If he was really left here, Guizhu wasn't confident he could return to the floating continent. Yang Kai indeed had this intention, but he didn't dare act rashly. He wasn't confident he could pull any tricks under Guizhu's nose, so he remained obedient. Once again, Yang Kai sensed the position of the divine sense thread in front of him and tore space. Teleporting 1,000 kilometers at a time, Yang Kai led the other 6 through the void, everything going smoothly as they drew closer and closer to the chaotic abyss. After tearing space 5 times, Yang Kai walked out of the void and immediately sat down cross-legged, gasping for breath as he said, "Wait a moment, I need to restore myself first." Every time he used this method, it consumed a huge amount of energy, so Yang Kai couldn't continue like this endlessly. The power in his knowledge sea had been consumed by more than half, so he needed to replenish it in case something unexpected happened. Kacha, a series of cracking sounds were transmitted to the depths of one's soul as the surrounding space barriers seemed to crack at this moment, forming one void crack after another. From these void cracks, an unparalleled suction force emerged that seemed to want to swallow everyone. Although none of them were proficient in the mysteries of space, they all knew how terrifying these void cracks were. These void cracks were completely traceless and no one knew where they existed in the star's territory. Once one was swallowed into one, it was likely no one would be able to find them again. As such, all of them mustered all their strength to follow Yang Kai, not daring to fall behind. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he didn't hesitate, his figure quickly moving forward, arriving at a certain spot in front of him where he stretched out his hand and tore. The void barrier was torn apart, and from this tear, a familiar scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The gigantic stars filled with energy were scattered in every corner of the chaotic abyss. They were as enchanting as ever. The chaotic abyss. Yang Kai's face lit up and he prepared to rush out. At that moment, Shen Tu and Bai Ye suddenly exclaimed, as if something unexpected had happened behind them. Hearing their shouts, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Gue Zhu with an anxious look on his face, his figure flickering as he prepared to escape the danger ahead of everyone else. However, as soon as he began circulating his strength, the turbulence in the entire void crack seemed to be stimulated and all of it erupted, breaking the stability Yang Kai had been trying to suppress in an instant. Before Gue Zhu had time to rush out, half of his body was swallowed up by a void crack, causing him to freeze on the spot. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from this void crack. Yu Shi and her master, who were following behind him, were also swallowed up by this void crack. When Yang Kai turned around, he saw them casting him a pleading look. He saw their longing for life, and he saw their blankness. Even now, they still obeyed Yang Kai's previous instructions and didn't dare to use any of their strength. Gue Zhu also realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse and his gloomy ghost chi burst out in an attempt to violently break free from this void crack. However, this void crack was like a swamp, and the stronger Gue Zhu's strength was, the faster he would sink, causing his old face to pale. Fuck. Shen Tu couldn't help cursing, "Brother Yang, run." Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. He stared at Gue Zhu, who had been swallowed up by the void crack with only his head remaining, then at He Zhao and He Miao, all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yang Kai's body stiffened in place as he struggled internally. If he took another step forward, he would be able to reach the chaotic abyss and escape from the threat of Gue Zhu. Once he was swallowed up by this void crack, even Gue Zhu wouldn't be able to find a way out. He would taste a life even more bitter and difficult than being trapped on the floating continent, spending the rest of his life alone in this void crack. Yang Kai was happy to see this scene. However, He Zhao and He Miao would also die. He still remembered that when Gue Zhu wanted to throw him into the space array to test out the void corridor, it was He Zhao who had been the first to stand up and speak up for him. "Brother Yang." Shen Tu's roar sounded again. Yang Kai had blocked his and Bai Ye's way forward, but Shen Tu was too embarrassed to cross Yang Kai and anxiously stomped his feet. Bai Ye's heart was also in turmoil, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai, wondering what choice he would make. This hesitation only lasted for a moment before Yang Kai's eyes became firm. Waving his hand, the edge of the void crack he had torn suddenly ignited with demonic flames, making it impossible for the void crack to close for the time being. "Go!" Yang Kai said, grabbing Shuntu in one hand and Baya in the other, throwing the two of them out before flying off with a gloomy face. "Brother Yang." Shuntu's face changed as he watched Yang Kai brush past him, and by the time he recovered, he had already arrived in the chaotic abyss. Amidst the void, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the void crack that had swallowed up the group of four, stared at Gui Zhu, and hurriedly said, "If you want to live, restrain your strength, don't cause trouble for me." Gui Zhu's face went from blue to white as he obediently withdrew his strength, no longer resisting. "I'll save you, so don't panic and don't do anything," Yang Kai said to Hizeo and Himiao before sitting down directly in front of the four of them and releasing his divine sense, condensing his Saint Chi and spiritual energy into a single point before pouring them into the void crack. He fused his own understanding of the mysteries of space into this crack, resonating with it and making it listen to his control for the time being. Soon, the four people who were gradually sinking down were pleasantly surprised to find that the pulling force had weakened and disappeared. Not only that, there was also a reverse force that was pushing the four of them upwards, allowing them to escape the restraints of the crevice. All four of them looked excited, the He sisters Hizeo and Himiao's beautiful eyes filled with tears as they stared at Yang Kai in front of them, their hearts filled with joy. They had thought that they were going to die this time, but at the last moment, Yang Kai had returned to save them. They all knew that Yang Kai had taken a great risk. This made their mood subtly change as an inexplicable feeling flowed through their hearts, warming their tender bodies. This feeling dispelled the panic in their hearts and made them glow, as if they were no longer afraid of any kind of danger. Even Yushi, at this moment, changed her opinion of Yang Kai, a look of gratitude filling her pretty face. "Ah!" Himiao suddenly exclaimed as she pointed to a certain place below Yang Kai. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing and their expressions changed again. Where Yang Kai was standing, another void crack appeared, allowing him to slowly sink into it. At the same time, more and more void cracks appeared, seemingly wanting to swallow up this already chaotic space. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Come out!" Hearing his shout, the four of them dared to move, one after another escaping from the void crack and rushing out. Yushi was at the back of the group, and whether it was because of nervousness or something else, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Yang Kai quickly picked her up and wrapped his arm around her waist, before the countless cracks in the ground widened and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. Yushi instantly stiffened as she felt the strength and heat from the big hand around her waist. It was as if she had been cursed, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She turned her head and looked at the junior beside her, inexplicably feeling a sense of security, as if she was a ship in a tranquil harbor, causing her mood to become complicated. Chapter 1030. Back in the chaotic abyss, Shuntu and Baya both anxiously looked towards the void crack, hoping to see Yang Kai's figure. However, they couldn't see the situation inside at all. The demonic flames had already begun to close, but there was still no sign of anyone escaping. Yang Kai and the others seemed to be trapped inside forever. Could something have happened to him? Shuntu muttered, "Brother Yang's understanding of the Tao of space has already reached a very high level, nothing should have happened to him, right? What do you think?" He turned to look at Baya, hoping she could confirm his statement. "I don't know." Baya shook her head, her mood was also very complicated, "but I hope nothing bad happens to him." If Yang Kai didn't return and was swallowed up by the void, the soul brand she had under Yang Kai's control would disappear. Once her brand disappeared, she would die. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Yang Kai. "He's coming out!" Shuntu suddenly shouted, rushing forward to greet him when he saw a figure rush out from the void crack that was about to close. It was Gui Zhu. Seeing his face, Shen Tu shouted with dissatisfaction, how could it be you? Where's Brother Yang? Behind him. Gue Zhu turned his head and saw the He Zhao and He Miao sisters break out, followed by Yang Kai and Yu Shi. As soon as Yang Kai left, the void crack burned by demonic flames closed again, disappearing without a trace. I knew Brother Yang was blessed, nothing bad would happen to you. Shen Tu laughed heartily, sincerely feeling happy for Yang Kai. Saying so though, his expression suddenly became strange as he stared at Yang Kai with great interest, chuckling meaningfully, as if he had discovered something, an ambiguous look appearing on his face. Everyone else's eyes also gathered on this scene, their expressions becoming strange. Yang Kai was holding Yu Shi's waist at this moment, but Yu Shi didn't seem to resist, her neck blushing slightly as an unnatural look appeared on her pretty face. He Miao couldn't help covering her mouth as her beautiful eyes widened, staring at this incredible scene. She didn't know what had happened between her master and Yang Kai after she and her elder sister left to suddenly become so intimate. What was most incredible to her though, was that her master didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. She had never allowed any man to get within 10 meters of her, let alone be embraced by another. This was the first time she had ever seen such a scene. If her master's admirers from Sword Union were to learn of this, they would definitely go after Yang Kai. He Zhao couldn't help but cough lightly, not knowing what to say to remind her master. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Yu Shi's expression became even more unnatural, wishing she could dive back into the void and never come out again. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't say a word and simply let go of her before his figure flickered and he suddenly flew 1,000 meters away, staring coldly and vigilantly at Gue Zhu as he prepared to tear space and escape at any moment. The ambiguous atmosphere was instantly broken and everyone's expression became dignified, all eyes turning towards Gue Zhu as if they were facing a great enemy. Now that everyone had left the floating continent and successfully arrived at the chaotic abyss, Gue Zhu had achieved his long-cherished wish of 2,000 years. If he were to suddenly attack them at this time, besides Yang Kai, no one else would have a chance of survival. Out in the vast star territory, the sky was filled with stars and the atmosphere was quite oppressive and tense. Gue Zhu smiled softly as his pair of gloomy eyes stared at Yang Kai 1,000 meters away, no one able to tell what he was thinking. Violent heartbeats rang out from everyone's chests, like the beating of a drum. "Boy, what are you afraid of?" Gue Zhu asked. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he bluntly said, "I'm afraid that Senior will go back on his word." "Is this old master so untrustworthy?" Gue Zhu coldly snorted, "Based on your words alone, this old master can kill you a dozen times over. Don't think that just because you can tear space you can escape from this old master's palm. Your strength is too weak, I can stop you before you even begin. I believe Senior has such strength, but if you really do try, this junior won't just sit still and wait for death." Yang Kai said solemnly. "Senior Gue Zhu, seeing that Brother Yang fulfilled his promise and successfully brought you out of that place, you..." Shen Tu tried to persuade, but before he could finish, Gue Zhu glared at him coldly, causing Shen Tu's expression to fill with pain as he clutched his head and howled miserably. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. "Senior!" Yu Shi called out. Gue Zhu turned to look at her again, causing Yu Shi's face to go pale as she screamed in pain like Shen Tuesday, "This old master is Gue Zhu, this old master has never been a trustworthy person. Trusting me was your biggest mistake." Gue Zhu snorted. His body suddenly became blurry, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of alarm and quickly push his strength, but before he could tear space, a gloomy aura invaded his body, making him unable to move. Gue Zhu, who had disappeared, reappeared in front of him, looking down on him. "This old master really intended to kill you after you took me out of that place. You should know why, because you never really wanted to cooperate with me." Gue Zhu grinned. "Do you think this old master doesn't know what you're planning? If this old master's strength was not above yours, any other Saint King realm or even Origin returning realm cultivator would have been killed by you. Yang Kai didn't say anything because what Gue Zhu said was true. It was because Gue Zhu's strength was too high that Yang Kai's various ideas could not be realized. Half a cup of tea's worth of time ago, this old master planned to do just that. Gue Zhu's expression suddenly changed and became strange, but now, this old master has changed his mind. No matter what, you risked your life to save me, although that was not your intention and was just something you did to save those girls. If this old master really killed you, it would be too ungrateful and would only make him a laughingstock. This old master doesn't like to owe others favors. You brought me out and saved me, giving this old master a chance to take revenge, so this old master will spare your life. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at Gue Zhu in amazement. Surprised? Did you think this old master was someone who didn't have a human heart? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior didn't think so. Senior being able to remember the grudge from 2,000 years ago, presumably you still have a human heart. Perhaps 2,000 years ago, Senior was still a good person. Ha ha ha. Gue Zhu laughed loudly, a good person? This old master was indeed a good person at the time, but after 2,000 years of loneliness, any good person's character will change. Boy, do you want to follow this old master? Gue Zhu shouted as he stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, this old master thinks you are quite pleasing to the eye. If you follow this old master can guarantee you that no one will dare embarrass you in the entire star territory. This old master can also teach you cultivation so you can reach the origin returning realm in the shortest time possible. With your aptitude, I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years. Yang Kai didn't even think about it and shook his head. Senior's kindness must be appreciated, but Junior does not want to live such a life. You refuse this old master? Gue Zhu looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. You dare refuse this old master? Do you look down on this old master? His expression suddenly became fierce and violent, as if Yang Kai's answer had dissatisfied him and he would immediately kill him. Yang Kai remained calm and laughed. Senior must be joking. You are an Origin King Realm Star Master, presumably anyone would place their hopes under your wings. Junior admires you greatly, so how could he look down on you? Then why do you refuse? Yang Kai frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, Junior does not want to grow up like a flower in a greenhouse, that is too delicate and cannot withstand the wind and rain. I believe Senior's words. With your guidance, I will be able to reach the return to void stage in less than 100 years. However, perhaps the return to void stage will be my limit after growing up in that kind of environment. If I want to pursue a higher cultivation base like Senior's, I will need to sharpen myself and fight. Gue Zhu's originally unhappy look suddenly changed as he looked at Yang Kai approvingly and nodded gently. What you say makes sense, so this old master won't force you. If one day you find a way, you can come find me at any time. This old master's name will soon resound throughout the entire star territory, so it won't be too difficult for you to find me. Then this Junior wishes Senior the best in obtaining his revenge and ending a 1,000-year-old grudge. Yang Kai cupped his fists. This sentence struck a chord with Gue Zhu's heart, causing him to grin happily. Little brat, you know how to talk. This old master's opinion of you is becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. Forget it, take this thing, this old master has no use for it. Consider it my thanks for saving my life. Saying so, he flicked his hand and a dark object suddenly flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and examined it carefully. He was surprised to find that it was actually a token. This token had a single character engraved on it, Emperor's Emperor. This character gave off an extremely oppressive aura that made Yang Kai almost unable to breathe. A star sect token? Yang Kai exclaimed. He still remembered that this token was found by Gue Zhu from Yuxi's space ring. When this token appeared, Yuxi, Lu Gue Chen, and the others all paled. He also realized that this star sect token was an excellent treasure that everyone coveted. Senior, this thing, you don't know what it's used for? Guizhu asked. Yang Kai shook his head. As someone from a low-level continent, I really don't know. Star Sect tokens, also known as Star Emperor tokens, are the tokens of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. Great Emperors of Star Territory? Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a strange light. He is just a legend. Legend has it that the entire Star Territory was once controlled by a single person, one of the Great Emperors of Star Territory. His cultivation is so high that it can penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. Even this old man might not be as good as him. When he controlled Star Territory, he produced 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which sealed a divine technique of his, a divine technique capable of destroying a star. Yang Kai paled, his eyes bulging as he realized why Lu Guichen, Yu Shi, and the others were fighting over this Star Emperor token, thoroughly understanding just how precious this Star Emperor token was. Chapter 1031. Sealed inside this Star Emperor token was the divine technique of the Great Emperors of the Star Territory. Once it was used, it was capable of killing an Origin King. Yang Kai was shocked speechless. In this old master's time, someone once used this Star Emperor token to kill an Origin King. Can it really kill an Origin King? That's what the rumors say, but this old master has never seen it with his own eyes, so I don't know how powerful it really is. It may have been exaggerated, but I'm certain its power is extraordinary. Now that so many years have passed, I'm afraid there aren't many left of the 10 Star Emperor tokens. Take care of them carefully. If you really encounter some kind of unsolvable disaster, you can use them, but remember, this Star Emperor token can only be used once. Guizhu said. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this Star Emperor token was a bit too precious and looked at Guizhu hesitantly. Senior, since this token is so precious, why are you giving it to me? Guizhu grinned. This old master has no children, no attachments, and his strength has reached a level where no one can threaten me. So what use is there for this token? If you don't want it, just throw it away. I'm sure those people over there will be happy to take it. He pointed to Shentu and the others who were looking over 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai decisively put the Star Emperor token into the Demon Mystic Tome and hid it in the most secluded corner. Seeing this, Guizhu nodded with satisfaction. Good, good. And, do you want this old master to take you out of here? No need, I can find the way out, Yang Kai refused politely. Guizhu didn't say anything more, simply grinning and saying, good, good. Live well, this old master will be going. Saying so, he didn't linger, his figure transforming into a black cloud and quickly flying away. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai stood in place with a strange look on his face for a while before shaking his head and smiling, turning around and approaching Shentu and the others. Shentu and Yu Shi stood there quietly. Shentu and Yu Shi had just been targeted by Guizhu and still had some lingering fear. Thinking about Guizhu's mysterious methods, both of them couldn't help shuddering. Brother Yang, did he leave? Shentu asked nervously. Let's go. Yang Kai nodded. Are they really leaving just like that? Shentu was surprised. When Guizhu suddenly approached Yang Kai just now, they all thought that Yang Kai was doomed, but Guizhu only spoke a few words to Yang Kai before leaving. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He's really gone. Yang Kai repeated, you don't have to be nervous. Actually, he's not bad, just a little grumpy. Hearing Yang Kai's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp for breath, their bodies and minds relaxed. Masters are all like this. Yu Shi smiled bitterly, they don't put people like us in their eyes. Brother Yang, what did he say to you just now? You two seem to be having a good conversation, Shentu asked curiously. He didn't say much, just thanked me then reprimanded me. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and casually spouted some nonsense. He believed that what he had just said to Guizhu was completely unknown to these people. Now that the Star Emperor token had fallen into his hands, it was impossible for him to tell others about it. The value of this token was too great, and once news of it leaked out, it would likely cause many unnecessary storms. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "Let's go, we need to leave this place." Everyone looked at him with a bitter expression, and no one dared to move. "How do we leave? This isn't some random place, this is the chaotic abyss. Our Sword Union's chart masters and Purple Star's chart masters are not here." Yushi smiled bitterly. Baya checked the star shuttle under her feet and shook her head. "My star has been damaged by the chaos in this territory. Without the guidance of a star shuttle, we won't be able to find a way out." The joy of freedom they had just experienced was once again replaced by despair as everyone's faces became uglier than the last. "Oh, Senior Gue Zhu just gave me some directions, just follow me," Yang Kai said lightly. Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with surprise as they stared at him. Shen Tu shouted incredulously, "Brother Yang, you mean Gue Zhu not only didn't kill you, but also kept his previous promise and kindly gave us directions?" Yang Kai nodded. "How could that be? How did he suddenly become so nice?" Shen Tu still couldn't believe it. "That doesn't make sense." "That's the truth, let's go." Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and Shen Tu stepped onto it without any trace of politeness, grinning widely as he said, "Brother Yang, I'm relying on you, I don't have any artifacts on me." "It's fine." A group of 6 people, 4 star shuttles, shuttled through the chaotic abyss as fast as lightning. While leading the way, Yang Kai immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea, spying on the vast star that adorned his knowledge sea to determine his position. He quickly realized the preciousness of this star. Because through this star, he could easily determine his position, allowing him to accurately determine the direction to leave the chaotic abyss without any interference from the various territory here. Yang Kai didn't know where the Purple Star Master named Wuxia had obtained this treasure, but this treasure now belonged to him. He was faintly grateful to this Wuxia, because if he hadn't died by his side, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain this star and gain insight into the various stars and dangers in this territory. With this star, Yang Kai could go anywhere he wanted. Time passed by, and among the group of 6, besides Shen Tu who was constantly muttering nonsense, everyone else remained silent. Baya would occasionally chat with Shen Tu, but after noticing how talkative this guy was, she began deliberately ignoring him. After experiencing this series of hardships, the other 5 had already regarded Yang Kai as their only hope and unconditionally chose to believe in him, not objecting to any of his instructions. Following behind Yang Kai, they flew through the chaotic abyss for 2 months. On this day, a scene they had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a dense sea of asteroids. Countless asteroids, large and small, were scattered throughout the starry sky. They were all flying at high speed under the influence of an inexplicable force. The sea of asteroids was so long that one couldn't see the end of it. It seemed like it could wrap up the entire star field. Seeing this asteroid sea, everyone's eyes couldn't help lighting up. "We're leaving!" Shen Tu shouted, "We're finally leaving this place." "How did you know?" Yang Kai asked in amazement. There were solar stars that had been emitting enormous heat since ancient times, cold moon stars, and many different kinds of cultivation stars that exuded exuberant vitality. There were even more dead stars where not even a blade of grass grew. There was nothing there, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly desolate. "We're out!" Shen Tu shouted. Chapter 1032. The 4 streaks of light came to a stop outside the chaotic abyss. Looking at the familiar scenery of this star territory, except for Yang Kai, everyone else trembled with excitement. Shen Tu even let out a long roar, venting the excitement in his heart. After a while, everyone's mood slowly calmed down. Where are we? Baiya turned her head and looked around. Although she knew that this was the periphery of the chaotic abyss, she couldn't determine their exact location. I recognize this place, I was captured not far from here. This place isn't far from our Chamber of Commerce's main continent, Water Moon Star. If we use a star shuttle, it'll only take us a month to get there, Shen-Tu explained. Water Moon Star? Yushi said thoughtfully, if you say so, I can recognize the direction. Sword Union's main continent, Sword Star, should be in that position. She pointed to a certain spot in the star field. Would you like to head to Water Moon Star for a few days? Shen-Tu looked around and invited everyone. After experiencing such a difficult escape, everyone felt much closer to each other and had put aside their previous grievances. Yushi glanced over at Yang Kai and seemed to want to agree, but soon her expression became bitter as she shook her head. No, this time I lost a Saint King grade high-rank starship and several hundred elites. I have to return to Sword Union quickly to report this matter. Shen-Tu looked at her and said with some sympathy, if one day you can no longer stay in Sword Union, I welcome you to Hongluo Chamber of Commerce. Although my status in the Chamber of Commerce is not as high as my brother's, I can still recommend someone to join. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly understood that Yushi would likely be punished by Sword Union when she returned. After all, her losses this time were too great and she had even lost a Star Emperor token. When that day comes, I'll see. Yushi smiled bitterly. She turned to look at Yang Kai again with a complicated expression. Only after a long time did her red lips move slightly. Yang Kai, thank you for bringing us 3 master and disciple out of that cage. Thank you for saving our lives in that void crack. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, also. I'm sorry. As he said this, he bowed and sincerely apologized. He apologized for all the unpleasant things that happened between him and Yang Kai in the past. Yang Kai nodded and accepted her apology. Everyone, us 3 master and disciple will take our leave first, Yushi said, turning around and heading towards the direction of Jianxing. Yang Kai, you have to take care of yourself. I hope that we can meet again one day. He waved goodbye to Yang Kai, seemingly reluctant to part with him. Take care. He nodded. You too. Yang Kai smiled and waved his hand, watching their figures gradually disappear into the vast star territory. If they don't want to go, Brother Yang, you won't refuse, right? Shen-Tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. I don't mind. In any case, I've only just arrived on Star's territory and haven't decided where to go yet, nor do I have a place to stay. Yang Kai grinned. There's no harm in sending you back to Water Moon Star. Many thanks to Brother Yang. If I had to fly back to Water Moon Star alone, would probably die halfway. Shen-Tu was overjoyed. Then let's go. Wait a moment, Yang Kai said, turning to Baiya and saying faintly, you should also go. Where am I going? Baiya looked confused. I don't know, you can go wherever you want, as long as you don't follow me around. Baiya's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Yang Kai with some surprise and joy. You mean? I'm free? I told you on that continent that after we left, you and I would go our separate ways. I never intended to bind you. Then why did you? Baiya looked at Yang Kai in confusion, not understanding why he had taken her soul brand and taken control of her life and death if he already had such a plan. That was your punishment. You are different from others. We have a lot of grievances between us. I can abandon Lu Guichen and let him fend for himself, but since I brought you out, you must pay a price. Your soul brand is that price. Yang Kai quickly said, I will keep that brand so I can make sure you don't reveal my secrets and that you don't hold a grudge against me. After a few dozen years or even 100 years, I may return it to you. Baiya's brow furrowed as she stared at Yang Kai faintly, biting her lip as she asked, what if you accidentally die? You should pray that I won't die, that my life will be as long as the heavens. Yang Kai looked at her seriously. Baya couldn't help laughing. Your appetite is too big. Forget it, in any case, I was able to come out alive. If you want to keep that brand, then keep it. However, I don't have anywhere to go right now. I don't dare go back to Purple Star. So many people have disappeared. If I go back alone, I will definitely be questioned. And, young Master Shentu, can you recommend me to your Chamber of Commerce? My strength isn't bad, I'm a third-order saint. After living on that continent for so long, I feel like I'm on the verge of breaking through to the Saint King realm. With my current cultivation, should be able to deliver supplies to your Chamber of Commerce. Shentu thought about it for a moment before nodding. If you really have a Saint King, our Chamber of Commerce will be happy to accept you. That's great, I'll go to Water Moon Star with you. Within a month, I'll definitely break through, Baya cheered happily. Saying so, she shot a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai. It's you who didn't know how to cherish this servant, don't regret it in the future. Your Chamber of Commerce can accept such a woman. Yang Kai looked at Shentu in amazement. Is there a problem? Shentu was puzzled. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't say anything. The secret art Baya cultivated was obviously one that used yang energy to supplement her yin energy. Such a woman, if placed in Tongxian realm, would definitely be hated by all. She would likely be killed before she could even mature. On Tongxian realm, there were too many apologists and self-proclaimed righteous people. People like Baya were the ones they hated the most. However, Shentu didn't seem to care about this at all and was even willing to recommend her to the Chamber of Commerce. The Star Territory was really different from Tongxian realm. It seemed that they didn't care about evil, as long as one had strength. Hey, what kind of woman am I? Baya suddenly became unhappy, and after confirming that Yang Kai was no longer restricting her like before, she immediately relaxed her body and mind, no longer holding back. Don't you know what kind of woman you are? Yang Kai glanced over at her. Isn't it just because my surname is Yang? Aren't all men like this? Why can men do it but women can't? Baya grumbled discontentedly. Enough, let's go, I can't wait to return to Water Moon Star to rest. Shentu interrupted the quarrel between the two and pointed in a certain direction to Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately ordered his star shuttle to fly in that direction. Along the way, no one spoke, only Baya's unbridled giggles could be heard. She was like an oriole that had just escaped from its cage, giggling all the way. Yang Kai soon discovered that the star shuttle under her feet seemed to be flying faster than his own. This wasn't simply because he was carrying Shentu, but rather because her star shuttle was of a higher grade. This made Yang Kai secretly make up his mind that when they arrived at Water Moon Star, he would definitely switch to a higher grade star shuttle because he would be spending a lot of time shuttling through the star field in the future. A good star shuttle would save him a lot of time. Shentu was very familiar with the terrain around Water Moon Star, and under his guidance, the group of three avoided many dangers along the way. On this day, a huge multicolored stars suddenly appeared in front of the trio. These stars exuded a rich vitality and overflowed world energy. Standing atop his star shuttle, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he immediately understood that this was the main continent of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, the Water Moon Star that Shentu had mentioned. The entire stars were covered in a layer of clouds, and from the territory of this star, one could vaguely see the continental plates and oceans of this star. There were also a number of densely packed buildings that stood in different positions, and inside these buildings, there were many small black dots moving about. These were living creatures. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he realized that it was only now that he had successfully set foot on the real territory of this star. After leaving Tongxian realm, Yang Kai had wandered around and explored the depths of this star territory, but he hadn't really seen the many wonders of this star's territory, nor had he come to a cultivation star where living creatures gathered. Water Moon Star was his first stop. Yang Kai was a little excited. Over there. Shentu pointed to the left, let's go there, my palace is in that direction. Yang Kai followed his instructions and changed the direction they were heading in. A short time later, the group of 3 passed through the thick clouds and landed on Water Moon Star. A strong attractive force came from the star and pulled the star shuttle downwards, but this attractive force wasn't too strong, so Yang Kai was able to easily circulate his strength to resist it. After passing through the clouds, the world suddenly opened up and everything on Water Moon Star was instantly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai was like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city, looking around, feeling incomparably refreshed. Seeing his curious look, Baiya and Shen Tu exchanged a glance and couldn't help snickering. They both knew that Yang Kai came from a low-level world, but he had probably never experienced such a thing before. High up in the sky, a series of blue lights flew about as cultivators' star shuttles hurried on their way. Unlike on Tongxian Realm, where only Yang Kai had a star shuttle artifact, on Water Moon Star, this kind of scene was common. Shen Tu continued to point the way, not allowing Yang Kai to land. Along the way, they passed by many towering and majestic cities. Within those cities, all kinds of living beings coexisted peacefully. Yang Kai saw the demon race, the monster race in human form, the horn race from great demon gods' memories, and many other races he couldn't name. They all lived together and didn't have any concept of race. How can a single force manage a few cultivation stars? How can they manage all of them? Yang Kai was puzzled. When he was the holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, he was incredibly busy. Just 9 Heavens Holy Land alone took up a lot of his time and energy, so it was hard for him to imagine what kind of scene it would be if the entire Tongxian realm was under his control. Chapter 1033. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how a person at the helm of a great force managed several cultivation stars at once. Most likely, they wouldn't even have time to cultivate, just dealing with all kinds of matters would fill their schedule to the brim. Managing one layer at a time, Shen Tu smiled. The top management is the middle management is the lower management, each layer is responsible for the next. How could there not be enough management? There's no need for a leader to do everything himself. With this explanation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had asked a stupid question and immediately fell silent. He had not reached such a height, so he felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, people walked to higher places, and water flowed to lower places. As long as it was a living creature, there was not a single one who did not painstakingly climb up. Beast herds had beast kings and empires had sovereigns. They stood at the peak, enjoying the unique scenery, and had the ability to govern their own race and empire. This wasn't something he needed to worry about. After an hour, a group of buildings appeared not far ahead, covering a large area. Shen Tu directed Yang Kai to land there. The shapes of these buildings were strange, all of which Yang Kai had never seen before. Some were like minarets while others were like skyscrapers, towering thousands of meters high. We're here. With this place as the center, the surrounding 3,000 kilometers is my territory. Shen Tu jumped off his star shuttle, spread his arms, and breathed in the air exaggeratedly, a happy expression on his face. Yang Kai and Baiya also put away their star shuttles and landed behind him, looking around. Yang Kai released his divine sense and quickly discovered that there were hundreds of cultivators gathered here. These cultivators' cultivation varied greatly, some of them not very high, only reaching the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm, some even reaching the Yuan Qi boundary, but there were a few whose auras were quite powerful, not any weaker than Yushi or Lu Guichen. These were all Saint King realm masters. Yang Kai understood that although there were many experts within the star territory, these experts had grown up step by step. Each of them had experienced the initial element stage, the Qi transformation stage, the separation and reunion stage, the Yuan Qi stage, the immortal gate stage. He cultivated step by step, breaking through layers upon layers of shackles and fetters, obtaining a powerful cultivation base that he was proud of. However, a cultivator who could break free from the shackles of a cultivation star and go deep into the star field was at least in the Saint realm. Therefore, the people Yang Kai saw in the star field were not weak. A cultivator below the Saint realm, even with the protection of a star shuttle, would not dare expose their body to the star field. The merciless star field would kill them all. They had to hide inside the starship to ensure their safety. It seemed that the arrival of the trio had alarmed the cultivator here, and a middle-aged man in black clothes suddenly flashed out. After seeing Shentu, he couldn't help smiling and calling out, "Young Master Shentu, you're back." "I'm back." Shentu nodded gently at him and grinned, "Did anything happen here while I was away?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Nothing happened, but President Aio came looking for you half a year ago because young master suddenly disappeared. He was furious for a while." Shentu couldn't help paling slightly as he shrank his neck. "Father came looking for me? Did he say what he wanted?" The middle-aged man said, "He didn't say anything, he only said to wait for young master to come back and see him as soon as possible." Shentu's expression became bitter as he muttered, it's over, this time I'm dead, I'll definitely suffer some physical pain." While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai carefully observed their expressions and guessed that this middle-aged man and the other masters hidden inside were all Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's subordinates who had been sent to protect Shentu's day. The middle-aged man was also intentionally or unintentionally looking at Yang Kai and Baiya. When he looked at Yang Kai, he didn't show much emotion, but when he looked at Baiya, there was obvious disgust. He seemed to be able to tell at a glance that Baiya was a loose woman and thought Shentu had been seduced by her. "Young master, these two are..." The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai and Baiya and asked. "Oh, this brother's name is Yang Kai." Shentu pulled Yang Kai to his side and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder, solemnly introducing him, "This is a life-and-death brother I made on this trip. Uncle Yang Kai, treat him as my benefactor." "Young master's benefactor?" The middle-aged man named Yang Kai wore a solemn expression and didn't ask much, cupping his fists and bowing to Yang Kai, "Many thanks, little brother, for taking care of my young master while he was away. Young master is naturally stubborn and has caused a lot of trouble for little brother, I hope little brother can forgive him. Senior is too polite, brother Shentu and I were just helping each other out." Yang Kai smiled modestly. Yang Kai nodded gently, a satisfied look flashing across Garen's eyes. "This woman." Shentu pointed to Baiya, "She was originally from Purple Star, but now she wants to join our Chamber of Commerce. Uncle Garen, please arrange a job for her." "Purple Star's people?" Yang Kai frowned. "Her strength is a bit low. As long as I can enter retreat for a while, I can break through to the Saint King realm within half a month." Baiya said anxiously, as if she couldn't wait to find a place to stay. "Break through to the Saint King realm in half a month?" Garen's thick eyebrows rose. "If there really is a Saint King, the Chamber of Commerce can accept them. You can enter retreat here for the time being." Saying so, he gently clapped his hands and immediately one of the guards who had been standing nearby came over. "Take this girl to the secret room and provide her with some saint crystals and pills," Yang Kai ordered. "Yes. Many thanks, young Master Shentu." "Many thanks, Master Garen." Baiya's pretty face was filled with joy as she bowed to Shentu before turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Until we meet again." Yang Kai nodded gently. After Baiya was taken away, Shentu enthusiastically welcomed Yang Kai into the palace. The middle-aged cultivator named Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, the guards and maids they met all bowed and respectfully said their greetings. "Brother, I'm going to take a bath and change clothes first, you should also tidy yourself up, we can talk later." After entering the palace, Shentu said casually, "Here, don't treat yourself as an outsider." "Good," Yang Kai nodded. Shentu grinned meaningfully, reaching out and hugging the two young girls next to him, smiling wickedly as he walked inside. "Young master, this way please." Another maidservant walked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling and her figure graceful, smiling as she led the way for Yang Kai. Following behind her, Yang Kai shuttled back and forth through the palace. Although Shen Tu claimed to be President Aio's illegitimate son and had never made it public, judging from the number of people here and the size of the territory he occupied, Shen Tu's position in President Aio's heart wasn't low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been provided with several Saint King Realm Cultivator as bodyguards, nor would he have granted him a territory of 3,000 kilometers. Yang Kai was too lazy to inquire about other people's affairs, so he simply followed the maidservant all the way to a huge room. Inside this room, there was a large bed shrouded in pink curtains that gave off a warm aura. The fragrance of flowers filled the room, and in the center of the room was a huge bath carved from white jade. This bath was filled with hot water that was steaming hot and filled with mist. The bath was filled with colorful flower petals, and next to it, there were several beautiful women wearing seductive dresses. When Yang Kai walked in, these women smiled towards him and politely bowed. The mist that surrounded them gave them a kind of hazy beauty. This mist caused the gauze to become wet and clung to their seductive figures, making them appear even more alluring, causing one's blood to boil. Yang Kai was startled, not having expected such a scene to be waiting for him, his breath suddenly becoming heavy as his eyes swept over the bodies of these young girls. None of them looked very old, but each of them was full of life, their snow-white skin glowing with an attractive rosy luster. Their looks were outstanding, and their temperaments were all different. Each of them had a charming smile and enchanting figure that could intoxicate any man. As Yang Kai's gaze swept over them, some of them boldly responded, some of them blushing shyly, some of them trying to cover up their beautiful lower bodies and chests, clearly wanting to meet him but also feeling shy. This Shen Tu guy's life is actually so licentious. Yang Kai couldn't help cursing silently. Young master, do you need this servant to help you change your clothes? The maidservant who led him in asked with an intoxicating smile, seeing Yang Kai standing motionless in place, couldn't help asking softly. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, shook his head, and asked, "Was this arranged by your young master?" "It was this servant who arranged it." The maidservant replied, "But this was also the young master's intention a long time ago. You are an honored guest he has brought back, so this servant will receive you with the highest standards. You are the second guest to enjoy this privilege." "Oh? There was one before?" "Yes." The maidservant nodded, "But you can rest assured, these sisters are all pure white jade and have never been sullied before. They are all very happy to serve young Master Shen Tu's honored guests." "Why are they so happy?" Yang Kai asked in surprise. "Because they are indebted to young Master Shen Tu, they all voluntarily came here to serve as maidservants. No one forced them to do anything. Before this servant made these arrangements, she also asked for their opinions." Yang Kai once again met the eyes of these young girls and found that they really didn't have much unwillingness, so he knew that the maidservant who led him here was telling the truth. Is young master not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, this servant can call some more people over so young master can definitely find a suitable one. "No need," Yang Kai shook his head. "Then Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before grinning, "Forget it, Shen Tu's good intentions, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Saying so, Yang Kai calmly took off his clothes and jumped into the bath. The women standing around the pool all smiled and also jumped into the water, like mermaids, gracefully swimming over to Yang Kai's side, taking the initiative to lean their seductive bodies against Yang Kai's skin, displaying their beauty while attentively serving Yang Kai. Chapter 1034. The girls in the bath were all inexperienced women. Although they had been trained in this area before, this was their first time, so it was inevitable that they would be a bit clumsy and unpracticed. However, this was just right for Yang Kai. Leaning against the wall of the pool, he closed his eyes and allowed the girls to scrub every part of his body. The maidservant who led Yang Kai in was carrying a flower basket, her jade white hands picking up the petals and scattering them into the water, lightly opening her mouth and saying, "This is a soul-nourishing flower, its fragrance can nourish one's soul, using it to bathe can also strengthen one's body. And it can also enhance a man's ability in that regard." As she spoke, her cheeks began to blush red, as if they were about to bleed. Yang Kai casually grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bath as she screamed. The water soaked her clothes, causing her to straighten up and wipe the water stains from her cheeks, turning a somewhat embarrassed look towards Yang Kai. Her wet clothes clung tightly to her body. Her pair of jade peaks were tall and straight. They were much more well-endowed than the other girls. Her entire body exuded a mature and plump charm. "You aren't also a virgin, are you?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. The maidservant's face became even redder as she nodded shyly. "This servant is no longer a virgin, so this servant is not qualified to serve an honored guest like you. Whether or not I am qualified is up to me." Her beautiful eyes lit up and she took the initiative to remove her clothes before diving into the water and disappearing. Soon, Yang Kai showed a strange expression. Inside the main hall, the sound of wind instruments filled the air as a number of beautiful girls sang and danced, their movements extremely elegant. On a long table, there were many rare ingredients and fine wines. Shen Tu and Yang Kai sat side by side, drinking and enjoying themselves. More and more delicacies were constantly being served by the palace's maids. Yang Kai could barely recognize what these things were, but each of them exuded extraordinary energy fluctuations. Eating these foods not only filled his stomach but also enhanced his cultivator's strength. Yang Kai didn't act polite, nor did he act reserved, eating and drinking in a natural manner. The middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long stood not far away, watching Shen Tu receive Yang Kai in such a manner. Watching him and Yang Kai happily drinking and chatting, Jia Long suddenly realized that this young man, who was only a second-order saint, had a very high status in Shen Tu's heart. Jia Long couldn't help wondering what was so outstanding about this young man that Shen Tu treated him so seriously. The maidservant who had served Yang Kai before stepped forward, leaned over, and whispered a few words in Shen Tu's ear before glancing over at Yang Kai with a blushing face and retreating. Shen Tu couldn't help laughing as a strange look appeared on his face, but he didn't point out what had just happened and instead moved closer to Yang Kai and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you want to go from now on? Do you have any plans?" Yang Kai. Shen Tu knew that he had just arrived in star territory and likely didn't have a destination in mind, let alone where he should go. Therefore, he couldn't help thinking about recruiting Yang Kai. Water Moon Star was Yang Kai's first stop after arriving in star territory, and he had a good relationship with Yang Kai, so Shen Tu believed that as long as he persuaded him properly, Yang Kai would stay in Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and his palace. After experiencing a series of events, Shen Tu discovered Yang Kai's potential and ability and knew that as long as such a person was given enough time, he could grow to a terrifying degree. If you haven't decided yet, there's no need to worry. In any case, you can live here with your brother for the time being. When you're done, we'll talk about it later. Shen Tu didn't directly ask him to stay, this kind of thing still depended on Yang Kai's own intentions. He couldn't treat Yang Kai the same way he treated his subordinates. "Good, I'll let you know when I've decided." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his eyes continuing to cast towards the group of girls below, appreciating their elegant postures. 2 hours later, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Shen Tu went back to his room to rest while Yang Kai, under the guidance of a maid, was brought to one of the rooms. The room was quite large and located at the top of a 3,000-meter tall building. Yang Kai walked over to the window and looked out through the transparent window, watching the lights of tens of thousands of homes below, watching the crowds of people, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. Even when he came to Tongxian realm from the central capital many years ago, he hadn't felt this way. That was because the central capital and Tongxian realm were on the same stars. But now, he was somewhere in the vast territory of the star territory. Tongxian Realm's location was unknown, and he didn't even know how far away it was from this place. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. His heart was overflowing with thoughts and concerns. Suddenly, his expression changed and his eyes flashed with surprise, his figure flickering as he sat down cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai summoned his soul avatar. Then, looking up at the huge star above his knowledge sea, Yang Kai used his divine sense to shuttle through this star, trying to find the location of Tongxian Realm. This star chart was extremely complex, depicting all the large and small stars of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, and it wasn't static. It was constantly changing under the influence of some unknown force, constantly undergoing subtle changes. These changes were the real changes taking place in Tongxian Realm's territory. It projected the situation of the entire territory of Tongxian Realm. If it was detailed enough, it should show the existence of Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai thought to himself. As his divine sense leapt through the stars, Yang Kai followed his senses and calculated the direction of Tongxian Realm. After an hour, Yang Kai couldn't help showing a tired look as the strength in his knowledge sea was nearly exhausted. He had no choice but to stop and replenish his energy. Repeating this action over and over again, Yang Kai was unable to find Tongxian Realm, but he had gained some understanding of the arrangement of the stars in Tongxian Realm's territory and the existence of some danger zones. Yang Kai found that he had still underestimated the mysteries of this star chart. There was no way for him to explore a large area. The range of this star chart seemed to be endless. Yang Kai had spent an entire night exploring only a small area of the entire Tongxian Realm's territory. Compared to the entire territory of Tongxian Realm, such a small area was not even worth mentioning. Yang Kai realized that his strength was not enough. If he was strong enough, the speed of his exploration would become much faster and easier. As the sky brightened, Yang Kai looked dispirited and gave up on studying and exploring the star chart. He planned to wait until he grew up before searching for the exact location of Tongxian Realm. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and Yang Kai responded casually. The door was pushed open and the familiar maidservant stood in the doorway, gracefully bowing before saying with a smile, "Young Master Yang, young Master Shen Tu asked me to inform you that he has been summoned by the President and may not return for a few days. He asked you to rest here and wait for him to return before we can discuss anything further." Understood, Yang Kai nodded lightly. The maidservant didn't rush to leave, her red lips trembling slightly as she shyly asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other requests?" She seemed to be implying something. "If I need anything, I'll let you know," Yang Kai smiled at her. The maidservant blushed slightly before gently nodding, closing the door behind her before leaving. After she left, Yang Kai sat on his bed and frowned. With Shen Tu not here, he didn't know what to do for a while. This feeling of being at a loss made him very unhappy. Tossing a pill into his mouth, Yang Kai began recovering while contemplating. After a while, he suddenly remembered what he needed to do right now: change to a new star shuttle. His star shuttle was something he had discovered in the star field with the leader of the ancient demon clan, Li Rong, a long time ago. On Tongxian Realm, his star shuttle had an absolute advantage, but in this place, his star shuttle had fallen behind. Even Bai Ya's star shuttle was better than his. In addition, Yang Kai also needed to purchase some precious ores. Gue Zhu had said that the two pitch-black round stones in his demon mystic tome needed to be properly nurtured because one day they would bring him a pleasant surprise. What Yang Kai needed to nurture these two pitch-black round stones was the essence of ores. What made Yang Kai feel regretful was that before Gue Zhu left, he had forgotten to ask him what those pitch-black round stones were. In the end, his relationship with Gue Zhu had eased, so if he had asked, Gue Zhu would have answered his questions, but at that time, he had been so shocked by the Star Emperor token that he had completely forgotten about this. Considering all this, Yang Kai stood up and strode out. Walking all the way to the bottom floor, Yang Kai was about to leave Shentu's palace when the middle-aged cultivator named Jia Long suddenly appeared and asked with a smile, "Does little brother want to go out?" I want to buy something," Yang Kai nodded. "Buy something?" Jia Long suddenly grinned. "What does little brother want to buy? If it's convenient, can you tell me about it?" "I want to buy a good star shuttle and some oars." "A star shuttle and oars?" Jia Long didn't ask Yang Kai what he wanted oars for, instead saying, "Little brother is new here and may not be familiar with this place. If you wait a moment, I'll call someone to accompany you." Yang Kai smiled happily, "Then I'll have to trouble you." His proposal was exactly what Yang Kai had been hoping for. "Little brother is too polite. Before young Master Shentu left, he ordered us to satisfy all your requests. I dare not neglect such an honored guest like you." Saying so, he took out a compass-like artifact and poured his divine sense into it. After a while, he took back the compass-like artifact and smiled to Yang Kai, "Please wait a moment, someone will come in a moment." Yang Kai waited with him. Chapter 1035. Outside Shentu's palace, Jia Long pointed to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang wants to go buy some things, you should accompany him and ensure his safety." Young Master Shentu's guest. The monster race master turned to look at Yang Kai and gently nodded, "No problem." He had obviously also heard of Yang Kai's existence. After all, Shentu rarely brought people to his palace as guests, but those he did bring back were all highly valued. "Please come with me," he beckoned to Yang Kai. "Many thanks," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Following behind this monster race master, Yang Kai noticed that he was somewhat taciturn and didn't seem to like talking much. Yang Kai had no choice but to take the initiative to ask, "What is this friend's name?" This monster race master was definitely a Saint King realm master because when Yang Kai faced him, he always felt an inexplicable pressure. Only a Saint King realm master could give Yang Kai such pressure. However, since he was one of Shentu's subordinates, Yang Kai calling him a friend wasn't excessive. "I wouldn't dare, you can just call me Shuetong." "Shuetong?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Which branch of the monster race do you belong to?" "Blood-eyed main master." Shuetong explained casually. Only now did Kai Yang notice that the color of his eyes was indeed somewhat different. They were a light red, but this was only the color of his eyes in his normal state. Once he really started fighting, his eyes would most likely turn crimson red. At that time, he would become violent and ruthless, causing his fighting strength to soar. "You're a human, so why do I feel monster chi from you?" Shuetong frowned as he stared at Yang Kai, "And your bloodline seems to be very pure, even nobler than mine." "That's the aura of a monster emperor." "Did you have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the past that is related to the monster race?" A bit," Yang Kai smiled lightly. The golden dragon and ice phoenix patterns on his body did contain traces of the monster clan's aura, so it was normal for him to sense it. The golden dragon and ice phoenix were both emperors of the monster clan. This was true even in the territory of the Star Realm. Crimson Eye didn't say anything else, but it seemed that Yang Kai's monster Yuan Qi made him feel close to him, and his expression became even more amiable. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a city where blue streaks of light flashed across the sky as many cultivators swaggered forward on their star shuttles. Shuetong led Yang Kai forward with familiarity, asking as they walked, "What do you want to buy?" "A good star shuttle and some rare ores." Yang Kai replied. "It's not hard to get." Crimson Eye pondered for a moment. "Do you want to buy it here or elsewhere?" "What's the difference?" Yang Kai asked. "This city isn't very prosperous on Water Moon Star, so the grade of the things here isn't too high. If you want a star shuttle, I suggest you get a Saint King grade high rank one. You can barely display the speed of a star shuttle of this grade and won't need to replace it for a long time. Then a Saint King grade high rank star shuttle it is." Yang Kai nodded. Then we'll have to go to another city, about 30,000 kilometers away from here. That's a bit far. Yang Kai frowned. 30,000 kilometers, even if he used a star shuttle, would take some time to travel. Crimson Eye smiled mysteriously. It's not too far, we can get there immediately. Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions and continued to follow Crimson Eye through the city. A short time later, the two of them arrived in front of a building, but before they even entered, Yang Kai noticed a strange fluctuation coming from inside. Sensing it carefully, he immediately understood what this fluctuation was. It's actually void force. Yang Kai couldn't understand why void force would appear here. Unlike tearing space and teleporting through a space array, Yang Kai didn't feel anything as he rushed through the mirror and arrived at a different place. Looking back, there was also a space array here, but it was definitely not the one from before. Yang Kai understood that the space arrays in these two places had some special connections and temporarily opened a stable void corridor between the two places, allowing one to instantly teleport tens of thousands of kilometers. These space arrays were all the property of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce. Crimson Eye smiled and said, although space arrays are convenient, no cultivator will use them often. Why is that? The Tao of space is too mysterious. If one uses space arrays too frequently to shuttle back and forth between two places, it may cause some unnecessary harm. So, if one is not proficient in the Tao of space, they will only use them once every few months. Most of the time, we will use star shuttles to travel. Understood, Yang Kai smiled, so we'll have to fly back later, right? Crimson Eye nodded, let's go, I'll take you to a good place. The Grand Masters there refine the best star shuttles on Water Moon Star. You should be able to find a star shuttle that suits you. Yang Kai suddenly looked forward to it. This city was indeed much more prosperous than the previous one. There were a variety of shops on the streets and countless cultivators, all of them belonging to different forces. Yang Kai saw a cultivator from Sword Union and Purple Star here, as well as many other cultivators from unknown forces. Because this was the home star of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, it was the most frequently traded place in the entire star territory. The major forces scattered throughout the star territory would send people to guard this place. If they needed any materials, they would negotiate with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce and have Hangluo Chamber of Commerce deliver them. A starship loaded with supplies set sail from a certain part of the city, flying towards the star field and gradually disappearing. Yang Kai had completely conquered the star territory, and seeing the prosperity of this place, he couldn't help feeling a little excited. Following behind Crimson Eye, the two of them soon arrived at a multi-story shop. As soon as they entered, someone immediately greeted them, cupped his fists, and smiled, Master Crimson Eye, it's been a long time since I last saw you. Is there something young Master Shantu needs this time? Crimson Eye shook his head, it's young Master's guest who wants a star shuttle, please take us to the 3rd floor. The man glanced over at Yang Kai before nodding immediately and bowing, this way, please. Yang Kai looked around and found that all the things sold in this shop were star shuttles, nothing else at all. Refined star shuttles were placed on display on the counter and many cultivators were hanging around, haggling with the shop's staff. From time to time, someone would leave satisfied. This is also one of our Chamber of Commerce's businesses. The Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle you want is sold on the 3rd floor, the quality of the ones on the 1st and 2nd floors isn't enough, Crimson Eye explained to Yang Kai as he led the way. Yang Kai gently nodded. He also noticed that the star shuttles on the 1st floor were only of spirit grade, and the strength of the cultivators who came here to purchase them wasn't too high, most of them being transcendents while a few were saints. Spirit grade star shuttles, whether it was in terms of speed or energy, were at the bottom of the list. Such star shuttles couldn't even leave the shackles of the stars and enter the territory of Star Field. They also couldn't withstand the world energy of Star Field's territory. Seeing the shop assistant enthusiastically lead Yang Kai and Crimson Eye to the upper floor, everyone cast a surprised look, wondering which master had come. The second floor was filled with Saint-grade star shuttles, and the energy fluctuations radiating from these star shuttles were obviously stronger than those on the first floor. In fact, these star shuttles were much more outstanding than those on the first floor. Clearly, these star shuttles were much better than the ones Yang Kai had. Many martial artists were buying things on this floor. The shop assistants were so busy that they didn't even have time to spare. Understanding their cultivation, Yang Kai calmed down, and not only did he not want to run away, he even wanted to stop and fight with them to see just how strong he was now. Since he began transforming the Saint Chi in his body, Yang Kai hadn't fought with a Saint King Realm cultivator yet, so he really wanted to know if his current combat power was comparable to a Saint King Realm cultivator. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai came to a stop and turned around to look behind him. Seeing Yang Kai stop, the three people were overjoyed and quickly rushed over, surrounding Yang Kai from three sides, all of them glaring at him with hostility. "Friends, why are you chasing me? We have no grudges, right?" Yang Kai asked indifferently. "Naturally, we have no grudges." The Saint King Realm Master nodded, "But boy, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You can only blame your bad luck for passing by this place at this time." Yang Kai raised his brow, suddenly understanding what was going on. Transporting supplies to the starship was probably not a good thing, so they had chosen to do so in such a remote place. How could they have known that an idle person like him would inadvertently pass by and witness everything? Inferring from the other party's demeanor and tone, it was obvious that this matter couldn't be resolved peacefully. "If you have any last words, feel free to speak. If it is convenient, I will convey them to your family," the Saint King Realm Master said faintly, a look of absolute certainty on his face as he spoke to Yang Kai. Just as he spoke, the Third Order Saint Cultivator standing behind Yang Kai suddenly acted, a powerful energy overflowing from his body as a giant wind blade silently formed and shot towards Yang Kai's back, wanting to cut him in half. The wind blade was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai's body. The cultivator's face filled with disdain, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. With his Third Order Saint cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail in his sneak attack on a Second Order Saint. The wind blade smoothly cut through the young man's body and directly pierced through him. Strangely, however, no blood flowed out, and the young man's figure instead slowly faded away before disappearing completely. The eyes of the cultivator who had attacked shrank as a sense of alarm rose in his heart, quickly retreating without hesitation. "Be careful!" A cry of alarm rang out from the Saint King Realm cultivator's mouth, his eyes bulging as if he had seen something unbelievable, loudly warning his companions. This cultivator's reaction was extremely fast. After all, anyone who had cultivated to the Third Order Saint realm had experienced countless life or death battles, so their ability to adapt was quite outstanding. The moment he heard this warning, his retreating figure turned around and rushed upwards. Immediately, he saw the looks of horror on the faces of his two companions, as if they had swallowed their tongues into their stomachs. Above his head, a panic-stricken energy fluctuation spread out, alternating between hot and cold, making it impossible to defend against. Looking up, the cultivator saw a huge palm strike towards him, one that covered the world and blocked the light in front of him, making it impossible for him to see anything but this palm that seemed to swallow his consciousness. It was a palm burning with pitch-black flames. He had never seen such a strange energy in his life. Heaven-covering hand. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The huge palm had sealed off all his escape routes. Hong, with a muffled bang, the cultivator was swallowed up by the palm and a violent force swept through his body. With a pitiful scream, the cultivator fell like a meteor, his bones broken and his body damaged. All of Water Moon Star is his eyes and ears. If he wants to find someone, as long as you are still on Water Moon Star, he will definitely be able to find you. Then what should I do? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had just gone out for a stroll and had unexpectedly encountered this kind of thing. It was really bad luck. Brother Yang, you shouldn't go out for the time being. Stay in the palace, I'll help you investigate the situation and think of a way. Shen Tu sighed slightly. Good. After such an incident, Yang Kai didn't want to go out again and instead spent all his time in Shen Tu's palace, either meditating and stabilizing his current realm, refining pills, or spying on the star and understanding the structure of the star's territory. From time to time, Jia Long would come to report on the situation. From him, Yang Kai learned that the Chamber of Commerce's third young master Xueyu was indeed looking for someone during this time. The undercurrents on Water Moon Star were turbulent and many innocent people had died because of this. Yang Kai thoroughly understood the cruel methods of this Xueyu. At that time, he had passed by the mountain valley, so he hadn't been able to see what Xueyu looked like, so it was likely the other party hadn't seen his appearance either. Looking for such a person on a star was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if Xueyu had the power to mobilize his forces, it would still be very difficult for him to find Yang Kai. Therefore, those cultivators who were similar in size to Yang Kai and had similar strength had all suffered. Xueyu would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. He was much more courageous than President Aio and his brothers. He was a decisive person. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that someone like Xueyu could be so cruel and merciless. At that time, he had seen this person from afar and felt that not only was he beautiful, but he also had a unique and warm temperament. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and knew that one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Xueyu's inner savagery was completely covered by his outer appearance. Once Yang Kai fell into his hands, there would be no good end for him. So Yang Kai obediently hid in Shen Tu's palace and cultivated in peace. The fierce undercurrent lasted for 2 months and more than 2,000 people on Water Moon Star lost their lives because of it. It wasn't until 2 months later that the situation gradually subsided. Jia Long also reported the latest developments to Yang Kai so that he didn't have to worry. It wasn't until 2 months later that Shen Tu came to Yang Kai with a helpless expression and got straight to the point. Brother Yang, although I would like to keep you here so that you and I can work together to make a name for ourselves, if you stay here, you will eventually be found by my third brother. Once he finds you, even I won't be able to protect you. What do you mean? You have to leave, Shen Tu sighed. Now that the situation has stabilized a little and third brother's attention is no longer here, I can arrange for you to leave secretly. Saying so, he paused for a moment before continuing, of course, this is up to you. If you're willing to stay, this Shen Tu will be very grateful. I don't have many friends, but Brother Yang is one of them, so I'd like to spend more time with you, but even if you do stay, you can only hide in the palace and not leave. Then I'll leave. Yang Kai smiled lightly. In fact, if there wasn't such a thing, I wouldn't have stayed here for long. I appreciate Brother Shen Tu's kindness, but I still have my own matters to attend to. Shun Tu was startled for a moment before his expression relaxed greatly, smiling as he said, "So Brother Yang already had plans." What a pity, I originally wanted you to participate in the Chamber of Commerce's talent selection. When the starship moved through the star field, it would carefully avoid these asteroids to avoid causing any unnecessary damage to the hull. If it couldn't avoid them, the starship's cultivator would move ahead of time to change the trajectory of these asteroids or destroy them directly. Along the way, Yang Kai remained in his room, cultivating and comprehending, from time to time going out to enjoy the enchanting scenery outside to relax his nerves. On this day, he suddenly took out his artifact compass and poured his divine sense into it to establish contact with Xue Tong. "What orders does young Master Yang have?" Xue Tong quickly replied. "The two people following Xueyu, what kind of cultivation do they have? One of them is an origin returning realm master while the other should only be a third-order Saint King." Origin returning realm. Yang Kai was shocked as he understood what kind of position Xueyu had in President Aio's heart. The strongest guard in Shun Tu's palace was Jia Long, a third-order Saint King, but Xueyu actually had an origin returning realm master by her side. In President Aio's heart, Xueyu's status was obviously higher than Shun Tu's. "What about Xueyu herself?" Yang Kai asked. "She broke through to the second-order Saint King realm 10 years ago. I don't know how she is now." Xue Tong's tone was somewhat sad. "Young Master Xueyu's talent is quite outstanding. Among President Aio's sons, her cultivation is the highest while young Master Shun Tu can only be ranked second." "Amazing." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Besides the master by Xueyu's side, there isn't any other origin returning realm cultivator on this starship, right?" "And there really isn't. After all, masters with such strength are not very common. On each cultivation star, there aren't many origin returning realm cultivators. These origin returning realm masters are scattered throughout the territory of each cultivation star, acting as the mainstay of each great force. Generally, they won't bother with trivial matters such as transporting materials. Only when transporting extremely valuable items will an origin returning realm cultivator be dispatched to escort them." Xue Tong explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Is young Master Yang worried about the safety of this starship? If that's the case, you can rest assured. The Chamber of Commerce's business is spread throughout the entire territory of the starship and has dealings with various great forces. Even those bandits hiding in Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair won't easily target our Chamber of Commerce's starship. They also have a need for the Chamber of Commerce." Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair were two of the most evil forces in the entire starship territory. Yang Kai had learned a little about them from Shun Tu before and knew that these two forces hated the entire starship territory. They ran amok throughout the territory of the Starship Alliance, robbing passing star ships, plundering their supplies, and abducting their personnel. Men were treated as slaves while women were slaves. Their methods were extremely cruel. Any starship would avoid these two places as far as possible. In the past, the great forces of the starship territory had joined forces many times to encircle and annihilate them, but these two places were very dangerous and were protected by extremely powerful natural spirit arrays. Every time they were encircled and annihilated, the great forces suffered heavy losses. Although they were able to temporarily suppress Galaxy Ridge and Abandoned Lair's arrogance, it wouldn't be long before these two forces would return to wreak havoc on the starship territory and retaliate even more fiercely. After a few rounds of torment, no one dared to try such a thankless task again. There's no problem, every starship from Rainfall Star to Water Moon Star will pass through there, nothing has ever happened. Shui Tong seemed to think that Yang Kai was making a fuss over nothing and secretly laughed. After a pause, Shui Tong suddenly asked in surprise, "How does young Master Yang know that we will pass through the cold and dead territory?" With his understanding of Yang Kai, it was impossible for Yang Kai to be proficient in this area, so Shui Tong couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Yang Kai didn't explain, instead cutting off the connection with Shui Tong and continuing to concentrate on drawing the of the star, improving his ability to use his spiritual energy. In another luxurious room of the battleship, Shui Yu sat on a comfortable chair, his body and mind relaxed as he held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was filled with blood-red wine, and he gracefully took a sip as he listened to the Origin Returning Realm Old Man's report. "Young Master, I have checked all aspects and there is no problem with the materials transported on the starship. It is indeed what Raging Flame ordered, and there is nothing that is not allowed to be transported." "Nothing is missing?" Shui Yu asked softly. "Nothing. I even caught a person and spied on his memories, but I didn't find any problems." "Oh?" A thoughtful look appeared on Shui Yu's face as his slender fingers casually twirled around his hair, gently playing with it as his brow furrowed slightly. This action of his was purely unintentional, but when it was seen by the other subordinates standing nearby, it caused his body to shake violently as he stared at Shui Yu with an infatuated look in his eyes. His breathing suddenly became heavy as he stared at Shui Yu, his eyes gradually turning red, like a starving wolf staring at a delicious meal. Obvious fluctuations of power pulsed from his body, as if he wanted to rush towards Shui Yu regardless of anything else. "Young Master." The Origin Returning Realm Master instantly realized that something was wrong and called out in a low voice. "HM?" Shui Yu suddenly came back to his senses and saw the ugly state of his other subordinate. His pair of clear eyes couldn't help showing a trace of disgust as he shouted, "Get out!" The Third Order Saint King Cultivator also finally came back to his senses, his face instantly turning red as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run away in shame. After he left, the Origin Returning Realm Old Man smiled bitterly, "Young Master, you have to pay more attention, what happened just now wasn't his fault." Shui Yu snorted, "His mental fortitude is so poor, next time something happens, don't let him follow me." "I know," the old man gently nodded, sighing in his heart. Just now, if it weren't for his profound strength and age, he likely would have fallen for the aura Shui Yu unintentionally emitted. Suddenly, he understood that this monstrous young master was indeed like the rumors said, capable of killing both men and women. The hull of the starship, which was so strong that it could travel freely through the star territory, was as fragile as tofu, and like the asteroids, it was reduced to dust, exposing its interior. Each of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator went pale, a look of horror filling their faces, their eyes filled with the horror of death and reluctance to part with life. As the ripples passed through their bodies, no matter how high their cultivation was, they all burst into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Not far from the old man, there was a devilishly handsome young man with his hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were about to split open as he stared at the old man who had sacrificed himself for him. He wanted to save the old man but was powerless to do so. He clenched his teeth and took out a set of armor. The armor was fiery red and dazzling. The armor covered his entire body and made him look valiant and formidable. He and Yang Kai glanced at each other before fleeing in the same direction. "Shui Yu." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, wishing he could stop right now and strangle this guy to death. The other party's sorrowful eyes lit up, obviously recognizing his identity, but at this critical juncture, he had no time to pay attention to Yang Kai. His fists were clenched together, revealing the helplessness and anger in his heart. Yang Kai glanced back again, imprinting the scene of the old man's body being torn to shreds into the depths of his eyes, hiding this hatred deep in his heart before fleeing without looking back. The old man with an origin returning realm cultivation only managed to delay them for less than 3 breaths of time before the void crack he had forcibly opened was destroyed, and a series of ripples spread outwards without slowing down. Soon, the ripples spread to Yang Kai and Shui Yu's location. Yang Kai felt his entire body sway as if he had been struck by thousands of fists. Every inch of his skin cracked open and his knowledge sea was in turmoil. Soon after, the world spun around him and he lost consciousness. Just before he lost consciousness, he saw the armor on Shui Yu's body being stripped away piece by piece. His clothes were also torn to shreds, revealing his perfect snow-white, flawless body. Yang Kai's pupils dilated at that moment as he felt like he had just seen something incredible. This guy's 2 sets of chest muscles seemed to be a little out of the ordinary, Yang Kai thought to himself for a moment before losing consciousness. Inside the cold and dark star territory, there was nothing but desolation. The asteroid sea that originally existed nearby had been swept away by the explosion. The huge Saint King grade high-rank starship was nowhere to be found, the hundreds of cultivators aboard it were nowhere to be seen, and all of its supplies had been lost. It was as if all of this had never existed, leaving behind no trace at all. In the silence, Yang Kai's bloody figure floated quietly across the star territory, seemingly having fallen into a deep sleep, and no one knew when he would wake up. A golden light enveloped him as the powerful restorative power of the demon god Golden Blood once again played its role, causing his flesh and blood to wriggle and heal rapidly, and new flesh and blood began to grow in the places he had lost. Yang Kai's fingers suddenly twitched as he struggled to open his eyes. His gaze was blank, as if he had not yet reacted. The scene before he lost consciousness flashed in front of his eyes as desperate screams and roars echoed in his ears. After this period of recovery, Yang Kai finally felt much better. Just as he was about to take out a set of clothes from the demon mystic tome and put them on, his expression suddenly changed and he released his divine sense. Immediately afterwards, he noticed a wisp of life aura not far away from him. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly rushed over. This constant rubbing of their bodies allowed Yang Kai to fully feel the softness and tenacity of Shui Yu's body and the elasticity of her pair of jade peaks. Yang Kai's eyes were burning hot and he could hardly contain the desire in the depths of his heart, his body immediately reacting as a man should. You. Shui Yu's face was as white as a sheet of paper. She felt as if there was a monster between her legs that was quickly raising its head, becoming as hot and hard as a soldering iron. That monster's head was slowly invading her lower body. Chapter 1046. Kai Yang hugged her tightly, his 2 arms exerting so much strength that it was as if he wanted to break her tender body in half. Shui Yu's beautiful face changed color. The hot, iron-like thing between her legs was invading her heart. She immediately realized what was going on. Her delicate body started to tremble, and fear and horror appeared in the depths of her beautiful eyes. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, clamping the monster's head between them, not letting it get close to her pure region. Yang Kai shivered and his expression became even more joyful. Shui Yu's beautiful legs, her skin white and smooth, this kind of clamping brought him unimaginable pleasure, causing his killing intent to stagnate. I'll kill you. Shui Yu had never suffered such humiliation before and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she no longer had the calm and elegant demeanor of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's 3rd young master. Instead, she was like a madwoman, her eyes bloodshot as she viciously sent out 2 palms towards Yang Kai, 7-colored light bursting from her palms. Peng peng. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body shaking as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood onto Xueyu's face. Yang Kai's condition was also not good. In order to numb Xueyu before, he had taken a blow from her in order to approach her, but now that he had been bombarded twice, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. Under these 2 palms, the injuries he had just recovered from had become serious once again. Xueyu seemed to have gone mad as she used all her strength to dig her fingertips into Yang Kai's flesh, tearing off strips of flesh as she opened her mouth again. Biting down on Yang Kai's shoulders and chest, Xueyu struggled as hard as she could, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yang Kai. Xueyu was at least a second-order Saint King, and although she was unable to display even 30% of her usual strength because of the disaster, this kind of fight was still somewhat difficult for Yang Kai. In an instant, he was covered in blood and his body was covered in strange bite marks, courting death. Yang Kai roared as he sent out a punch towards Xueyu's pretty face, not showing the slightest bit of tenderness towards her. This punch landed. Xueyu's head was immediately knocked to the side, her cheek seemingly swollen from the force of this punch, causing both Yang Kai and Xueyu to fall to the ground. Before they even hit the ground though, Yang Kai suddenly turned her body so that her back was facing him. His hands were still tightly hugging her, restraining her arms to prevent her from scratching and biting his body. Xueyu used strength to resist Yang Kai's hand, constantly, and Yang Kai and she's trying to escape. Hong Hong Hong, the 2 people's Xueyu. Their fists and feet collided with each other in the tightest of positions, yet they fought as if they were mortal enemies. Dust flew everywhere, and from time to time, 1 or 2 rays of light bloomed. But no matter who it was, their bodies gradually became weaker until they were no longer able to move. Panting violently, the 2 of them maintained a posture where their chests were pressed against each other as they lay in a certain part of the pit. Motionless, both of them were looking up at the cold and dark star field. I don't know when. Yang Kai's 2 hands had crossed and covered Xueyu's 2 peaks. The amazing feeling from his palms shook Yang Kai's spirit, as if he could immediately become a dragon and a tiger. When Xueyu was a man, Yang Kai couldn't see that she was so full, but after holding these peaks in his hands, he couldn't help but sigh at this woman's wealth. Yang Kai's hands were quite large, but even so, 1 palm couldn't cover a jade peak. You mean, we can turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk? What's wrong with that? Xueyu tilted her head, her snow-white face immediately pressing against Yang Kai's lips. She couldn't help feeling bitter and immediately moved away, cursing this bastard for actually trying to take advantage of her, wishing she could immediately burn his bones and scatter his ashes. There was no doubt that this energy was poured into this artifact by a master who had reached the Origin King realm and contained some of their soul's mysteries. Yang Kai immediately understood that it wasn't this artifact that played a role, but rather the divine technique of that Origin King realm master. This artifact was just a carrier that sealed this divine technique. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed and he said, "I'm worried about you. Tell me how to activate the power of this artifact." Xueyu angrily said, "How can you be so narrow-minded? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, do you want to verify it?" Yang Kai snorted. "No need," Xueyu was shocked and quickly said, "Pour your divine sense into it and open the seal." Yang Kai poured his divine sense into this artifact and found that the seal wasn't strong and could be easily broken. The next moment, a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from this artifact and a purple halo spread out from it, covering Yang Kai and Xueyu's bodies. This purple light was pervasive and seeped into Yang Kai and Shuayu's pores, quickly being absorbed by the two of them. Both of them couldn't help closing their eyes and feeling the effects of this spiritual energy, their bodies trembling slightly as an indescribable feeling arose in their hearts. It was as if they had become a part of each other, as if they were connected by blood. Shuayu moaned softly. The seductive notes suddenly woke Yang Kai from his stupor. With a strange expression on his face, Yang Kai loosened his grip on Shuayu's arm, one of his hands still holding onto her thighs, kneading and squeezing them wantonly while his other hand moved down, caressing her waist and reaching her buttocks, feeling the softness and fullness as he gently caressed her skin. Shuayu's moans became more and more strange as her tender body squirmed, blood dripping from her red lips as a strange red glow appeared on her skin. Yang Kai's rough hands rubbing against her buttocks made her involuntarily feel ashamed. She didn't seem to want to resist and instead took the initiative to cooperate with Yang Kai, allowing him to do as he pleased. Her brow furrowed and her expression became one of struggle and resistance. She then bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, the sharp pain waking her up, and like a frightened rabbit, she jumped out of Yang Kai's arms and glared at Yang Kai from a few dozen meters away, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "Shameless, you still want to take advantage of me? Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Kai licked his lips and rubbed his fingers together, feeling a sense of loss. When Shuayu jumped away, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of loss. "Why do I feel like you've become much more amiable? And why are you so much less vigilant than before? Is this also the effect of the divine technique sealed in this artifact?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. "Yes." Shuayu crossed one hand in front of her chest to cover her breasts while the other covered her lower body to prevent Yang Kai's prying eyes, pursing her lips as she said, "Our soul brand and life auras are connected, so whether you and I are willing or not, we will involuntarily feel a sense of intimacy. In other words, we will treat each other as if we are very important to each other. Is it really so magical?" Yang Kai frowned. "Also, I don't think you're as annoying as before," Shuayu said somewhat unwillingly. Yang Kai grinned, wanting to laugh but fearing that she would become angry, he held back his laughter with great difficulty. "Turn around, I want to put on my clothes, don't peek," Shuayu shouted. "I've already hugged you and touched you, I know your entire body like the back of my hand, what's wrong with taking a few glances?" Yang Kai sneered disapprovingly. Shuayu squatted down angrily, picked up some gravel from the ground, and threw it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately covered his head and fled. Chapter 1048. On the dead star, Yang Kai closed his eyes and meditated, restoring his strength and recovering his injuries. Chi. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from in front of him. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's face lit up. At this moment, Shuayu was standing not far in front of him, wearing a fiery red dress that shone brilliantly. At a glance, it was obvious it was an extraordinary artifact. This dress was woven from some unknown material, but it was soft and clung to her tender body, accentuating her perfect curves and alluring curves, making her look like a dazzling goddess. Her long hair, which had always been scattered over her shoulders, was tied up in a bun with a hairpin that seemed to contain a dense mist. Her delicate arms seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them, making people want to pounce on them and take a bite. She wore 2 jade bracelets on her wrists, and a small part of her beautiful legs were exposed. Her exquisite jewelry set off her noble and elegant temperament. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a look of infatuation as he stared at her in a daze, unable to turn his eyes away. Yang Kai secretly warned himself not to be confused by this woman, but he still couldn't resist her beauty. It seemed that as long as she beckoned, he would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai finally woke up and bit his tongue secretly to sober up. Shuayu squinted her beautiful eyes and observed Yang Kai triumphantly, seemingly aware of his current state. Her pretty face was filled with a happy smile as a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the kind of satisfaction a woman felt when she dressed up for the man she loved. After Yang Kai broke free from her aura, Shuayu couldn't help frowning, looking a little surprised and a little disappointed. She turned around, revealing her allure and beauty. Then, she asked with a smile, "How is it?" "Beautiful." Yang Kai praised sincerely. "Thank you." Shuayu smiled even more happily. "You look good without any clothes on." Yang Kai added. Shuayu's pretty face sank. She rolled her eyes at him. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Remember, everything that happened before wasn't real. You're not allowed to tell anyone that I'm a woman. Otherwise, our agreement will be voided. I'll commit suicide first, and then let the soul-linking chains end your life. I know. Yang Kai gently nodded and tilted his head to look at her. He grinned and said, "Why do I feel that you seem to be enjoying yourself right now?" While Shuayu was speaking, she kept looking down at herself, observing the jewelry and clothes she was wearing. The more she looked, the happier and more satisfied she was. "Of course I enjoy it." Shuayu pursed her lips. "From the time I can remember, I was raised as a boy. I've never worn women's clothes since I was young. I've kept these things in my space ring for many years, and now I finally have a chance to use them. Are you happy? Why did President Io raise you as a man? Why hide the secret of your true gender? He still has other heirs, and even without you, he still has a successor. Is there a need to be so strict with you?" Yang Kai fired a barrage of questions, his heart filled with doubts. Shuayu's expression became solemn as she pondered for a while before faintly saying, "He has his reasons, and I'm used to it." She did not answer directly. Yang Kai did not force her. Thinking about it for a moment, just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. "Someone is coming this way." Shuayu was stunned. Looking at him suspiciously, she asked, "How did you know?" "They've entered the range of my divine sense," Yang Kai said solemnly. Shuayu was even more confused. "Did you release your divine sense? Why can't I feel it?" Her strength was much higher than Yang Kai's, although both of them were in a weakened state at this moment. Chapter 1049. Shuayu had secretly calculated everything in her heart and was preparing to teach Yang Kai what it meant to be a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She was also preparing to take this opportunity to get rid of the knot in her heart and make him realize the gap in status between them so she could draw a clear line between them. Everything was ready, all she needed was one final push. She was waiting for Yang Kai to take the initiative to answer. But after waiting for a long time, things didn't progress as she had imagined. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and turning to look at Yang Kai, her expression immediately becoming strange. This man, who had previously taken advantage of her and touched her all over, was now sitting there calmly, holding a piece of Saint Crystal in his hand as he circulated his secret art to absorb the energy from it to restore his strength. He was actually meditating and cultivating. A strong sense of frustration rose in Shuayu's heart, causing her to grit her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai hatefully. She took the initiative to speak, trying to make her voice sound calm. "There are some things I don't understand, can you explain them to me?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared at her deeply for a moment before suddenly grinning. "I also have some things I don't understand." "I'll ask first." Shuayu shouted. "Then you ask first." Yang Kai was extremely generous, not bothering with her on this issue. Shuayu was startled for a moment before asking, "What's your name, and where are you from?" She still didn't know Yang Kai's name, but thinking back to all the previous encounters, she suddenly felt like she had suffered a big loss. "Yang Kai. You probably don't know where I was born. it's a low-level world. I was the first person to escape from that world and successfully enter star territory. Yang Kai replied honestly. A low-level world? Shuiyu looked at him in surprise before asking with interest, then what is the strongest person on that world? Third Order Saint. I think there was a Saint King Realm cultivator before, but he fell before he could enter star territory, but that was several thousand years ago. Only a Third Order Saint, it really is a low-level world. And, after I came here, I learned that above the Saint Realm is the Saint King Realm, above the Saint King Realm is the Origin Returning Realm, the Origin King Realm. You're really ignorant and ignorant. Shuiyu covered her mouth and giggled, teasing him, but short General Liba, it's quite difficult for you to reach this point. You must have suffered a lot along the way, right? She seemed to be concerned about Yang Kai. After she finished speaking, she realized that it was inappropriate, and the smile on her face suddenly disappeared. I'm all right. I just accidentally barged in, say no more. I don't care about that. Shuiyu interrupted him with a cold face, let me ask you, why couldn't I find you on Water Moon Star before? Where were you hiding? Did someone provide you with some help? Oh, I live in Shentu's palace, you probably didn't go there to look for me, Yang Kai replied casually, not feeling the slightest sense of betraying Shentu's day, Shentu. Shuiyu muttered under her breath before suddenly smiling sweetly, so it was him who made trouble for me. Humph, after a few days of not being taught a lesson, he actually dared to oppose me. Just wait until I return, I'll show him what he's made of. She had a vicious expression on her face, her silver teeth clenched as if she wanted to tear Shentu to pieces. Was he also the one who arranged for you to board the starship? Shuiyu continued to ask. Yes, he thought you had left Water Moon Star the day before yesterday, but he didn't expect that you hadn't left at all. As soon as I boarded the starship, you followed me. Beauty, don't you think this is fate? He looked at Shuiyu with a grin. What's your current cultivation? Yang Kai asked again. Shuiyu frowned, not wanting to answer, but still saying, Third Order Saint King. I only broke through a year ago, this is a secret, don't reveal it. Yang Kai put on a serious expression, quickly calculating with his fingers, doesn't that mean you're a minor realm higher than me? Shuiyu giggled, do you realize the gap between us now? If I hadn't been seriously injured before, I would have been able to pinch a little character like you to death with a single finger. How could I allow you to act so recklessly? How old are you this year? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Shuiyu's pretty face sank as she grit her teeth and spat, none of your damn business. Didn't anyone teach you not to ask a woman's age? Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. There's one more thing I find very strange. Shuiyu's expression suddenly became serious. In that disaster, I relied on an origin-grade artifact armor to survive, but even so, I almost lost my life. You're only a second-order saint, how did you survive? I was just lucky. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, suddenly remembering that when the disaster happened, Shuiyu did summon a fiery red artifact armor, but that artifact armor had been peeled off piece by piece. I don't think you were just lucky. Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai thoughtfully. I caused a lot of damage to your body before, but now it seems that those injuries have all healed. Also, the blood in your body is golden and contains a powerful vitality and resilience. Just how many secrets do you have? Shuiyu stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, her pretty face filled with curiosity. In her opinion, in that kind of disaster, even she had almost died, so there was no reason for someone like Yang Kai to survive. My resilience are really strong, which is probably the biggest reason I was able to survive. Yang Kai smiled lightly and changed the subject. Do you know what happened this time? I don't. Shuiyu shook her head, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. I don't know if that trap was set for the Chamber of Commerce or me, but what I'm certain of is that someone from the inside colluded with outsiders. No matter who it is, I will investigate everything and make them pay with blood." Saying so, a cold light flashed across Xueyu's beautiful eyes as her murderous intent surged. It was as if she had become a completely different person, a ruthless, cruel, and cold-blooded Xueyu third young master who, in order to find Yang Kai, didn't hesitate to kill 2,000 cultivators. Moreover, the star-shattering flash arranged in that trap is a weapon developed by our Chamber of Commerce and has never been sold to the outside world. As long as we trace this source, I think the truth will soon come to light, Xueyu sneered softly. Yang Kai grinned, secretly worrying about the person behind the scenes. It was easy to imagine that once Xueyu was free, this matter would definitely set off a bloody storm. It was very likely that the entire Hangluo Chamber of Commerce would be shaken. As they spoke inside the cave, the two of them didn't feel the passage of time. As their understanding of each other deepened, whether it was Yang Kai or Xueyu, both of them felt that the other party had become much closer. Her wounds had not yet healed, and she still had to worry about the enemy outside searching for her. Xueyu didn't have the abnormal resilience of Yang Kai, so after talking for a while, she felt tired and fell asleep leaning against the mountain wall. After an unknown amount of time, Xueyu suddenly heard Yang Kai call out to her softly. She quickly straightened up and frowned as she stared at Yang Kai who was right in front of her. Chapter 1050. For nearly 2 months, Yang Kai and Xueyu had been hiding on various dead stars in the ice-cold dead territory. Regardless of who had set the trap to blow up Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's starship, Yang Kai was deeply aware of their cautiousness. There were constantly cultivators wandering around the ice-cold dead territory, looking for something, and it wasn't until a few days ago that they gradually stopped and withdrew. It took them 2 months to confirm that no one had survived the disaster. I feel like this time it seems to be directed at me. On a dead star, Xueyu said thoughtfully. I think so too. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. At the beginning, neither of them understood whether the trap was directed at Xueyu or the Chamber of Commerce's starship, but now, both of them had the same conjecture. That trap was directed at Xueyu. It was to bury her in it. Oh. Xueyu looked at Yang Kai with a smile, as if she was considering him. Why do you think so? Tell me your reasoning and let's see if it is the same as mine. Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense and said, they spent too much time searching for survivors. There were no important people or materials on that starship, so if it was a trap set for the Chamber of Commerce, they wouldn't have taken so long to find it. For them to be so cautious and search for 2 months in a row, it can only prove that they are very afraid, of someone who may retaliate against them. So this time, the matter should be directed at you. The Chamber of Commerce's warship was just implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai stared at Xueyu with scorching eyes. Xueyu's beautiful eyes lit up as her red lips squirmed. Your thoughts are very clear, I underestimated you. Yang Kai's conjecture was basically the same as hers. She was surprised to find that Yang Kai was actually a diamond in the rough. Smiling lightly, she asked, if one day the soul chains between us are unlocked and I don't want to kill you, would you like to stay by my side? Are you trying to win me over? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. You could say that, but it's very likely that I'll kill you the moment the soul chains are released. Xueyu said those words in a soft voice. She had a smile on her face and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Forget it, I won't be controlled by you. If that day really comes, I'll kill you before you do anything. What arrogance! Xueyu curled her lips. I want to see what ability you have to kill me. You'll see when the time comes. Yang Kai crawled out of his hiding place, turned his head, bent down, and extended his hand in an inviting gesture. But shouldn't we leave this damned place now? Xueyu pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she also stepped out, placing her jade-white hand into Yang Kai's palm, allowing him to summon his star shuttle and carry her forward. After 2 months, no matter who it was, all of their injuries had healed, and Shuayu had returned to the peak of the Third Order Saint King realm. However, she was still willing to share the same star shuttle as Yang Kai. She enjoyed the feeling of being cared for. She had to remind herself over and over again that this was a side effect brought about by the soul chains. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have any feelings for such a man, but at this moment, any care he showed her was enough to warm her body and mind. The star shuttle flew off like a bolt of lightning, and a short time later, the pair flew away from the dead star. Inside the star field, Yang Kai stopped and asked, "Where should we go now, back to Water Moon Star?" "No, the journey back is too far. The ice-cold dead territory is about a month and a half's journey from Water Moon Star, so it would take at least 3 months to return by star shuttle. Let's go to Rainfall Star." More or less, but this kind of involvement is only one-sided, so in star territory, there are some cultivation stars without a star master, and Rainfall Star is one of them. Then why do you still want to become a star master? Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Shuayu smiled and said, "Although there are many inconveniences, there are also great benefits after becoming a star master. Otherwise, why would any master be willing to become the star master of a cultivation star? Everything has its pros and cons, it all depends on how one thinks." She seemed to be very open-minded, and Yang Kai also felt this was the case, unable to help thinking back to the floating continent he had encountered before. At that time, under Guizu's coercion, while searching for a way to leave, his divine sense strands inadvertently broke into the deepest part of the floating continent, and there, he felt an extremely powerful energy. This energy nourished his soul and divine sense strands, causing them, which were about to dry up, to become rich and powerful in an instant. That mass of energy was somewhat similar to the star source of stars, but unfortunately, even after asking Guizu about it in a roundabout way, Yang Kai hadn't been able to obtain any concrete information. Now that he was talking to Shuayu about this, Yang Kai was vaguely certain that it was the star source of stars. "Do you know how to fuse with the star source of stars?" Yang Kai asked. "Why are you asking about this?" Shuayu glanced at him in surprise. "Just asking," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, pretending not to care too much. Shuayu's expression was suspicious, obviously not trusting him, but she didn't ask any more questions and instead revealed some of the information she knew. She felt that even if she didn't say anything, Yang Kai would figure out these things one day, so it didn't matter if she told him. Yang Kai secretly committed her words to memory while maintaining a calm expression on his face, preparing to return to the floating continent when he had time in the future to confirm whether his guess was correct or not. If that mass of energy was really the star source of stars, he could try to fuse with it. After all, if he could succeed, he would obtain huge benefits. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the thick clouds and arrived above Rainfall Star. "Let's go that way." Shuayu pointed to the area with the richest world energy aura. "Our Chamber of Commerce's branch is located there." Yang Kai gently nodded and silently flew off with her on his back. A few hours later, a series of rolling mountains appeared in front of the pair's eyes. Among these mountains, countless palaces stood quietly. In the center of the mountain range, there was a large square. In the square, there were warships flying in and out, transporting resources. Most of these starships were branded with Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's logo, but some were from other great forces that were here to purchase goods. Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he felt as if his feet had been filled with 10,000 kilograms of force, making it difficult for him to move. Shuayu's brisk pace seemed to have suddenly become sluggish, her brow furrowing slightly as she struggled to move her tender body. Because of Shueyu's words just now, branch president Hali Ka obviously didn't like the two of them and deliberately wanted to embarrass them. Chapter 1053. The next day, early in the morning. The first ray of sunlight emerged from behind the mountain range. As the sunlight passed through the mountain range, it seemed to be magnified infinitely. Although it was only a single ray, it was as dazzling as gold. Bathed in this morning's light, the beautiful mountain range glowed with a dazzling golden light, inspiring awe. Countless cultivators looked up towards the mountain peak with solemn expressions. An awe-inspiring aura overflowed from the huge mountain, making the undulating mountain range look like a divine dragon crawling on the ground. On the second floor of the loft, Yang Kai opened his eyes from meditation and released his divine sense, quickly discovering that Shueyu was no longer here. Instead, there was another strange life aura waiting outside. Yang Kai turned his head to look outside and found that it was a cultivator dressed as a guard. The cultivation fluctuations coming from this cultivator's body were slightly higher than his own, so he should be a third-order saint. This man stood there in boredom, looking a little impatient and displeased, as if he had been given a task he didn't like. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai jumped down from the second floor and landed in front of the man, asking casually, "Friend, do you need something?" The man heard the movement and turned around, cupped his fists reluctantly, and asked, "Are you the guard of Master Shui?" "Yes," Yang Kai gently nodded. Master Shui said that today she will be working with Hali Ka to deal with some matters and may need some time. She said you are unfamiliar with this place and asked me to entertain you. Entertain me? Yang Kai raised his brow. My rainfall star has many places to have fun, I promise you I won't let you down. As he spoke, he looked Yang Kai up and down, really unable to understand why this young man was Shue's guard. Why didn't he stay by his master's side to protect her? Instead, he asked the beautiful Master Shui to take care of his feelings. Why? If all guards could receive such treatment, it would be too fortunate. He was also a guard but had never encountered such a good thing before. He felt indignant and wanted nothing more than to follow Shui, her master, and serve her faithfully. Listening to him, Yang Kai suddenly understood that Shueyu was afraid that he would be lonely, so he wanted him to find something to do. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but I don't like lively places, so I don't want to have fun." The man looked at Yang Kai with a strange look, as if he hadn't expected him to be so serious. Nodding slightly, he said, "There are also places that are not noisy. By the way, the branch is holding a large-scale auction these days. There will be many rare treasures. If this friend is interested, you can go take a look." Auction? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Yes, about half of the items are provided by the Chamber of Commerce. There are also many foreign cultivators who will take out the rare treasures he obtained from his adventures and let the Chamber of Commerce auction them on his behalf. This kind of grand event is held once every few years, and sometimes some very rare treasures will appear. That's quite interesting. Yang Kai showed a joyful expression. He had never participated in this kind of event before. When he was in Tongxian realm, he had heard about it many times and knew that it was an important way for cultivators to purchase rare treasures. Rainfall Stars auction is held for many days each time. At the auction, only Saint crystals are accepted, but after the auction, there will be a private trade fair. This trade fair depends on one's personal preferences. Suddenly, a subtle energy fluctuation came from the medicine field outside, interrupting his thoughts. The old man raised his head unhappily and stared towards the medicine field. Only then did he remember that an uninvited guest had come to his place 3 days ago, but he hadn't had time to deal with him at that time, so he had completely forgotten about him. He hasn't left yet? The old man showed a look of surprise as he quietly released his divine sense to investigate the situation. In the next moment, he let out a light sigh, as if he had discovered something extremely interesting, and began to pay attention to Yang Kai's movements. Inside the medicine field, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his divine sense spreading out like a tide. Strand after strand of thought went deep into every inch of the herbal field, prying into the wonders of these herbal fields. These herbal fields were not casually cultivated. Every row of them contained the mysteries of spirit arrays. Every herbal field was a different spirit array. With the help of the spirit arrays, they gathered the world energy and promoted the growth of the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the herbal fields, shortening their lifespan. If a single herb was planted here for 50 years, it would have a medicinal age of 100 years or more. Yang Kai didn't know who had arranged this, but it should have been the master of the palace, the alchemist hidden inside. Fully immersing himself in the medicine field, Yang Kai began deciphering the hidden spirit arrays, completely forgetting himself. Yang Kai had learned many spirit arrays from the true alchemic way, and on Tongxian realm, these spirit arrays had been of great help to him in alchemy. However, the true alchemic way was only a product of Tongxian realm. Inside Star's territory, there were also unique spirit arrays belonging to Star's territory. Both of them had their advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai studied the hidden spirit arrays in the medicine field while comparing them with the ones he had mastered. Removing the wheat from the chaff, the harvest was huge. Seeing this scene, the old man in the palace suddenly understood what Yang Kai was doing. Thinking about it for a moment, he restrained the murderous intent in his heart and chuckled, "Fine, you can do as you please. You're a promising talent." He remembered the hardships he had gone through to learn alchemy in the past. In order to learn different spirit arrays, he had traveled thousands of mountains and rivers to visit famous masters. Often, he would be ridiculed, rejected at the door, and swept out the door was a common occurrence. Those outstanding alchemists all regarded the spirit arrays they had mastered as treasures and would not easily teach them to outsiders. Even if they were teaching their own apprentices, many of them would not be willing to teach them, let alone someone like Yang Kai who had come here to learn. When he was Yang Kai's age, he was also obsessed with alchemy, vowing to walk his own path in the alchemic way and impress the world. But if Master Shui was young Master Shui Yu's woman, things would be different. No one dared to bear the wrath of young Master Shui Yu. If things went wrong, the entire branch would be purged. When that time came, rivers of blood would flow and countless people would die. No one could bear such a responsibility. Everyone knew that Shui Yu's third young master was ruthless and merciless. While the two were talking, Yang Kai remained silent. They didn't try to conceal anything, so Yang Kai naturally heard about the ancient ruins and understood why Shui Yu had come to Rainfall Star this time. If it were any other time, Yang Kai would definitely be interested in the ancient ruins, but right now, his mind wasn't on it at all. The more they flew, the more uneasy Yang Kai felt. He didn't know what had happened to Shui Yu, but what he was certain of was that Shui Yu wasn't dead. Because the two of them were connected, if Shui Yu died, Yang Kai would also die. Yang Kai secretly decided that this time, no matter what, he had to unlock the soul chains. Regardless of whether Shui Yu would find trouble with him afterwards, this feeling of not being able to control his own life was terrible. After flying forward for a long time, Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman suddenly descended. Down below, there should be a mine that produced some unknown ores. The ground was filled with large holes, many of which were so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. A group of several dozen people all landed on the edge of the largest hole. A nearby Chamber of Commerce cultivator immediately greeted them and cupped his fists. "Master Lin, Master Qi." Lin Mufeng nodded lightly and asked, "What happened here?" The cultivator was stunned by this question and was puzzled. Nothing happened, he didn't seem to understand the situation. Lin Mufeng shook his head and no longer asked, taking out his compass artifact and trying to summon Hali Ka, but he still couldn't get a response. "Branch President Master, did something happen?" The cultivator finally saw something wrong from Lin Mufeng's expression and asked in surprise. Lin Mufeng nodded. "Probably, I'll take some people down to have a look, wait for me to contact them." Saying so, he prepared to fly down, but at that moment, the middle-aged woman surnamed Qi suddenly exclaimed, "Someone's coming up." Lin Mufeng's expression became serious as he quickly released his divine sense. At the same time, Yang Kai was also investigating the situation. Inside the hole, there were several fluctuating life auras that were rapidly rising. Judging from their life auras, they should have encountered some danger and suffered some injuries. One of them was even gasping for breath, his flames of life flickering, as if he was about to die. "It's Hali Ka!" The middle-aged woman shouted as she noticed Hali Ka's aura. Lin Mufeng's face lit up as he waited silently. A moment later, several blue lights shot out from the hole, as if there was some kind of danger chasing after them, shooting into the sky. Without exception, these blue lights all flickered. Obviously the star shuttles had been damaged inside and had become unstable. More than a dozen cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had followed Lin Mufeng rushed up and caught their companions. One of them was covered in a cold aura that curled up like a cloud of smoke. A Chamber of Commerce cultivator caught him. In an instant, this cultivator's entire body trembled violently as a cold aura visible to the naked eye spread across his body. In just a moment, this cultivator's entire body stiffened, unable to move. The two cultivators seemed to have been frozen together as they fell from the sky. Hong, with a muffled bang, their flesh shattered like ice, and the two cultivators died at the same time. "Don't get close to them." A roar rang out as Hali Ka fell from the sky with difficulty, his face pale. Hearing his shout, the cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who were preparing to rescue their companions all stopped, not daring to approach. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman stared at Hali Ka, and after seeing his current state, both of their eyes shrank as a chill ran down their spines. Yang Kai also saw Hali Ka's state and his expression became dignified. Chapter 1056. To be able to become a branch president of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce, Hali Ka's strength was at least at the third-order Origin Returning Realm, the strongest cultivator below the Origin King Realm. Even so, Hali Ka was in an extremely difficult situation at the moment. His left arm had been frozen into ice, and no matter how hard he pushed his strength, he was unable to dissolve the coldness in his arm. Instead, this cold seemed to have a mind of its own and was spreading to other parts of his body, soon surpassing his shoulder. Hali Ka's eyes bulged as a trace of panic and determination flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, he pushed his strength and roared. With a deafening roar, Hali Ka's frozen arm was suddenly cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain from his severed arm. Hali Ka's face suddenly went pale as he staggered back. He had actually cut off his own arm. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he was shocked by Hali Ka's decisiveness, but also by the cold energy he had just sensed. Being able to force a third-order Origin Returning Realm Master to cut off his own life to save his own, no matter what this cold energy was, it definitely possessed shocking lethality and was not something Hali Ka could resist. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman hurriedly rushed up to stop Ha Li Ka's bleeding while stuffing a large number of healing pills into his mouth. The other cultivators who had escaped with Ha Li Ka saw the branch president's actions and could only grit their teeth, pull out their weapons, and cut off their frozen bodies. In an instant, severed limbs flew out and blood flowed freely, causing several of these cultivators to howl in pain. Ha Li Ka sat cross-legged on the ground and silently circulated his secret art to stabilize his injuries, gasping for breath as a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. What was that? Lin Mufeng asked nervously. Profound Yin sunflower water. Ha Li Ka grit his teeth and replied. Profound Yin sunflower water? The middle-aged woman screamed, it was actually profound Yin sunflower water? There was actually such a treasure in those ancient ruins? Even Lin Mufeng couldn't help feeling excited as he showed a look of fascination. Profound Yin sunflower water was an Origin King-grade supreme treasure. Any cultivator, as long as they could successfully refine a drop of profound Yin sunflower water, their strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. If his strength was slightly lower, he could even directly skip a realm. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce was focused on business, so its research on the world's treasures was unmatched by any other great force. Lin Mufeng, the middle-aged woman, and the others naturally knew the great value of profound Yin sunflower water. If they could safely collect the profound Yin sunflower water from the ancient ruins, it would definitely be a great merit. Perhaps they could even be transferred to the home star, Water Moon Star, where they could enjoy a better cultivation environment and receive better treatment. However, this kind of thing was extremely rare. It had extremely harsh requirements for the environment in which it was produced, and it took tens of thousands of years to produce. Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had several cultivation stars under its jurisdiction, countless medicine stars and/or stars, and countless cultivators, but even after collecting for so many years, Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had never seen a supreme treasure like profound Yin sunflower water. So when Ha Li Ka mentioned the words profound Yin sunflower water, whether it was Lin Mufeng or the middle-aged woman, both of their eyes couldn't help shining with excitement. How could there be profound Yin sunflower water under this mine? Lin Mufeng still couldn't believe it. Perhaps it was owned by some great sage in ancient times and was eventually left here. We found it in a space ring that was about to be destroyed when the profound Yin sunflower water suddenly erupted and destroyed the space ring, causing everyone to be stunned. Ha Li Ka quickly explained, his face turning blue as he recalled the previous encounter, a look of relief appearing on his face. If he hadn't reacted quickly, this time he would have lost more than just an arm and likely died without a burial. Where's Master Shui? Yang Kai came up and asked with a calm face. Ha Li Ka looked up and sighed sadly. Yang Kai's face became even uglier. She was the one who was holding the space ring, so when the profound Yin sunflower water exploded, she bore the brunt of it. Ha Li Ka sighed heavily and didn't say anything else. He was certain that Master Shui was dead. After all, she was just a third-order Saint King, and even he, a third-order Origin returning Realm Master, could not resist the cold erosion of the profound Yin sunflower water, so how could Master Shui survive after being drenched in it? She would likely be dead by now. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Do you have a map of the way down? What do you want to do?" Lin Mufeng looked at him in surprise. "She's not dead." Yang Kai glanced at him coldly. "Do you want to save her?" The middle-aged woman immediately understood Yang Kai's intentions and slowly shook her head, trying to persuade him, "Young man, don't be impulsive, after being drenched by the profound Yin sunflower water, there is no possibility of her surviving. If you go down there, you will only be throwing away your life in vain." Ha Li Ka also said, "There are many barriers down there, and with your low strength, you won't be able to penetrate them. If she's alive, I want to see her, if she's dead, I want to see her corpse." Yang Kai said with a straight face. The several people in charge of the branch all stared at him and couldn't help showing a look of appreciation. Yang Kai's identity to the outside world was that of a guard of Xueyu, so they only thought that Yang Kai was so eager to save his master that he insisted on going down regardless of the danger. Such a guard, even if his strength was low, wouldn't be a big problem. The most important thing for a guard was loyalty. All of them suddenly felt a sense of awe. The ring on Hali Ka's hand flashed and a sketch appeared in his hand, tossing it over to Yang Kai. "This is something we drew up this time to avoid getting lost. If it comes in handy, take it." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught it, glancing over it briefly before flying off without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, he fell into the mine. "He's a pretty good little guard." The middle-aged woman gently nodded as she stared in the direction Yang Kai disappeared and said regretfully, "I'm afraid he won't have a chance to come back alive." He had no choice but to go. Lin Mufeng said indifferently, "Master Xue's third young master's woman, if she dies, as a guard, this young man will definitely die." Chapter 1057. Inside the ancient ruins, Yang Kai stood not far from Xueyu and stared at her silently, his mood complicated. He and this woman were supposed to be enemies, but because of the soul chains, their lives were connected. Now that Xueyu's life was hanging by a thread, whether Yang Kai was willing or not, he had to find a way to save her. Only if Xueyu survived could he live. Yang Kai didn't rush to act because there were drops of gem-like liquid floating around Xueyu, each of which exuded a terrifying power that made Yang Kai's heart tremble. When his divine sense approached them, even his threads of divine sense were frozen. Profound Yin sunflower water. Yang Kai immediately understood that this liquid was the profound Yin sunflower water that Hali Ka had mentioned, but he hadn't expected it to be so strange. Yang Kai quietly counted about 50 drops of profound Yin sunflower water suspended in the air, some space between them, but they still surrounded Xueyu in an airtight manner. Trying to get Xueyu out of this profound Yin sunflower water would be extremely difficult. Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned a strong wind to push these profound Yin sunflower water away, but to his surprise, these drops of profound Yin sunflower water remained motionless. They seemed to weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he increased his strength, finally managing to move the profound Yin sunflower water a little distance away, allowing Xueyu to safely emerge. Arriving in front of Xueyu, Yang Kai stared at her helplessly. He didn't know how to get this woman out of here. The scene of the Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce cultivator rescuing his companions was still fresh in Yang Kai's mind. When that icy chill had spread, even a Saint King Realm cultivator had been unable to resist and had been directly frozen into an ice sculpture before falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Yang Kai didn't dare to touch Xueyu's body casually. Circulating his strength, Yang Kai summoned a mass of black demonic flame and slowly approached Xueyu, wanting to see if his demonic flame could isolate the transmission of this icy chill. Contradictory energy fluctuations came from the strange and inexplicable demonic flames, and as they approached, the burning demonic flames seemed to have encountered a nemesis. The intensity of the flames shrank and their power instantly weakened. Yang Kai's face became dignified and he had no choice but to increase the output of his Saint Qi. The weakened demonic flames soared again as Yang Kai sealed them onto Xueyu's white arm. In an instant, a violent clash of energy erupted, and the cold qi on Xueyu's body rapidly spread, freezing the burning demonic flames in an instant. An icy chill spread through the demonic flames directly towards Yang Kai, causing him to pale and frantically push his Saint Qi. The frozen demonic flames emitted whistling sounds as they once again became monstrous, fighting against the cold that could freeze all things. Yang Kai's body trembled. He had never experienced such hardship before. This was the first time he had to use all of his strength to fight against an icy power. As time passed, The cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was sometimes suppressed by the demonic flames while at other times it spread to Yang Kai's arm. The two sides were evenly matched. Although Yang Kai's strength was low, this demonic flame was a fusion of two completely different types of energy. It was mysterious and unpredictable, and as long as Yang Kai's realm was high enough, it could incinerate all things in the world. It had great potential for growth. But at this moment, the demonic flames seemed to be no match for the profound Yin sunflower water. After only a moment, Yang Kai was completely defeated. The icy cold aura spread all over his body, causing his body and mind to become stiff and stagnant. Yang Kai quickly immersed himself in this and called out to the demon mystic tome, "Help me." He had no choice but to ask the divine tree for help. The divine tree was a young attribute divine tree and was also the nemesis of ice. "Okay." The divine tree immediately replied. The next moment, an incredible amount of young attribute energy suddenly burst out from the demon mystic tome and merged with Yang Kai's demonic flames to dispel the icy aura around him. The cold of the profound Yin sunflower water was quickly suppressed. Yang Kai's demonic flames directly wrapped around Xueyu's tender body while at the same time, the young attribute energy bursting out from the divine tree also wrapped around Xueyu. Using these two methods, the frost on Xueyu's body quickly melted and her pale face gradually became rosy. Her cold body gradually became warm and a faint heartbeat came from her full breasts. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy and he spared no effort to cooperate with the divine tree. Half an hour later, the frost on Xueyu's body disappeared and it was only at this moment that the seven-colored light blooming from her body gradually dimmed. She seemed to have reached the end of her life. Using his divine sense to investigate her body, Yang Kai found that her situation was a little strange. Although the danger of the profound Yin sunflower water had been resolved, she was still hovering between life and death, unconscious. Yang Kai unceremoniously invaded her knowledge sea, only to find that it was completely cold, like a world of ice. The seawater was frozen, and Xueyu's soul avatar was nowhere to be seen. Only her weak aura remained, and no matter how Yang Kai called out to her, there was no response. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, not knowing what had gone wrong, so he could only withdraw from her knowledge sea for the time being. "I have to rest for a while. I won't be able to help you for the time being," the divine tree said before falling silent. This time, it seemed to have paid a great price, so great that it had no choice but to enter a state of deep sleep. Not only had the divine tree consumed a great deal of its energy, but Yang Kai had also consumed a lot of his Saint Qi. If it weren't for his special physique and his inexhaustible supply of Saint Qi, it would have been impossible for him to disperse the profound Yin sunflower water from Xueyu's body. Squatting down, Yang Kai picked her up, stretched out his hand, and tore space open before diving in. He didn't care about the profound Yin sunflower water floating in the air at all. Although it was an extremely rare treasure, Yang Kai really wasn't in the mood to collect it, nor did he know how to collect it. Above the mine, Holly Ka, after half a day of recovery, finally looked much better. The few cultivators from the Chamber of Commerce who had escaped with him had also barely escaped with their lives, but all of them had lost arms and legs. The most miserable of all had lost both of his arms. Once news of it leaked out, it was very likely to attract the covetous eyes of many masters. Before they could figure out a way to obtain it, Holly Ka didn't dare to mention the profound Yin sunflower water. However, doing so would delay the diagnosis of Snow Master by the dozen or so alchemists, causing them to feel quite conflicted and couldn't help turning their eyes to Lin Mufeng, asking for his opinion. Lin Mufeng shook his head without a trace. Holly Ka wore a difficult expression and said, "Everyone, it's not that we want to conceal anything, but this matter is too important for us to speak about casually." Hearing the meaning of his words, the dozen or so alchemists also realized that there were some things they couldn't ask about and didn't continue to insist. The old man frowned for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, then please forgive us for being powerless. Everyone, can't we try again?" Holly Ka asked anxiously, "You are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. If even you can't do anything, then Master Snow, whether Master Snow died or not had nothing to do with him." What he was worried about was that if something happened to Master Snow, it would provoke young Master Shueyu's crazy wrath, something he couldn't bear. The dozen or so alchemists all shook their heads, indicating that they really couldn't do anything. Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others couldn't help looking helpless, smiling bitterly at each other. At that moment, one of the Saint King grade alchemists said, "Sir, Holly Ka said that we are the best alchemists on Rainfall Star. That is too flattering. We also know that there is another person whose alchemy skills and understanding of pharmacology are far superior to ours. If you can ask him to come and take a look, perhaps he will be able to discover something and possibly find a solution to this problem." Hearing this, the old man who had spoken before couldn't help raising his brow, seemingly also thinking of such a person, nodding, and, "If it's him, it may be possible." The others immediately agreed, all of them sincerely acknowledging that this person was the #1 alchemist on Rainfall Star. Alchemists were a group of very arrogant alchemists. Among alchemists of the same rank, no one would admit that they were better than them. They would always feel that they were the best alchemist of their level and that besides them, everyone else was trash, even the pills they refined were trash. For more than a dozen alchemists to agree in unison, there was only one explanation: the alchemist who had spoken was a higher rank than them, an Origin King grade alchemist. Holly Ka and the others also brightened, but soon their expressions became bitter as they muttered, "Inviting him here will be difficult. Even if we went to pay him a visit, I'm afraid we would be swept out the door." Lin Mu Feng sniffled and said, 5 years ago, when this Lin went to visit that person, because I disturbed his peace, he chased me for half a month. Chapter 1061. Zhong Ao's cultivation was also at the origin returning realm, not necessarily higher than Holly Ka, Lin Mu Feng, and the others, but because he had constantly refined pills for Hengluo Chamber of Commerce free of charge for the past 100 years, allowing him to refine a large number of pills, his status had risen to a whole new level. President Ao also paid great attention to him and ordered Holly Ka and the others to treat Zhong Ao as a foreign elder of the Chamber of Commerce, not showing the slightest neglect. It could be said that on Rainfall Star, Zhong Ao had the highest status. This was why these origin returning realm masters were so cautious when facing Zhong Ao, not daring to show the slightest bit of carelessness. Knowing that Zhong Ao was here to snatch the profound Yin sunflower water, they didn't dare act rashly, so they could only plead with Zhong Ao to show mercy. The three of them took turns trying to persuade Zhong Ao, but even as they tried to persuade him, Zhong Ao remained unmoved. In the end, Zhong Ao became so annoyed that he began cursing loudly, but Holly Ka and the others didn't dare to retort, simply enduring it with ugly expressions. After cursing for a while, Zhong Ao stopped and looked over at the three of them, sneering, "Don't think this old master doesn't know you don't dare report what happened here to the home star. At the very least, before that little girl is safe, you won't dare. All you can do is hide the news, so what if this old master snatches the profound Yin sunflower water? What are you going to do about it?" Hearing this, Holly Ka and the others glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to answer. All treasures in this world belong to the strong. Zhong Ao looked at the three of them proudly, taking 10,000 steps back. "If this old master doesn't have any ideas about the profound Yin sunflower water, would you be able to accept it? Would you accept it? If you don't know how to collect it, you'll only be able to look at the meat in front of your mouth, never be able to eat it. What Grandmaster says is true." Holly Ka no longer tried to argue and nodded bitterly. "Does Grandmaster know how to collect the profound Yin sunflower water?" The middle-aged woman heard the implication and looked at Zhong Ao with some joy. "If I didn't know, why would this old master come here?" Zhong Ao snorted and waved his hand, "Get out of the way, if there's anything, wait until this old master collects those things." No longer paying any attention to Holly Ka and the others, Yang Kai picked up Yang Kai and descended into the mine, disappearing in the blink of an eye like a rogue bandit. Holly Ka and Lin Mu Feng glanced at each other, grit their teeth, and followed. Inside the mine, Yang Kai followed behind Zhong Ao, guiding him. The last time Yang Kai came in alone, he relied on the method of tearing space and went deep into the ancient ruins without much effort. But this time, he couldn't do it. There were all kinds of dangerous and vicious spirit arrays hidden in these ruins. When Holly Ka and Shuiyu brought people here to investigate, they had lost a number of cultivators along the way. However, Zhong Ao was obviously not an ordinary person. He led the way forward, holding a pentagonal crystal-like object in his hand. This crystal bloomed with a brilliant light that illuminated the dark mine tunnel. From time to time, some weak and imperceptible energy fluctuations would come from nearby. Every time this happened, Zhong Ao would be extremely careful, leading Yang Kai away from the territory of these energy fluctuations. This pentagonal crystal seemed to have a detection function, and using it, Zhong Ao was able to avoid many unknown dangers. Although his movements were slow, he didn't have to worry about any dangers, allowing him to easily move forward. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the stone walls of the mine. Zhong Ao's expression gradually became excited as he knew that the profound Yin sunflower water was getting closer and closer to him. Holly Ka and the others followed not far behind Zhong Ao and Yang Kai, following the path they had taken, communicating with their divine senses as they walked, discussing how to deal with this situation, but after discussing for a long time, none of them could come up with a good plan, causing them to become quite anxious. "Boy, which way do we go now?" At a fork in the road, Zhong Ao stopped and asked Yang Kai. "This way." Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction, his divine sense threads having already broken through the shackles of space and found the location of the profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao didn't suspect anything and walked directly into the fork in the road. After continuing forward for half a day, Zhong Ao, who was leading the way, suddenly couldn't help shivering, squinting his eyes as he stared forward, his body trembling uncontrollably as a fanatical light flashed across his eyes. Profound Yin sunflower water. Several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water were strangely suspended mid-air, maintaining the same state as when Yang Kai had left, waiting for a fated person to collect them. It really is profound Yin sunflower water. Zhong Ao swept the area with his divine sense and immediately noticed the extraordinariness of these water droplets. Although these water droplets were suspended mid-air, each of them was as heavy as a mountain and contained a terrifying amount of power. In this world, besides profound Yin sunflower water, there was nothing else that possessed such characteristics. Taking a few steps forward, Zhong Ao quickly arrived in front of the several dozen drops of profound Yin sunflower water, his eyes flashing a brilliant light as he examined them carefully. Being able to cause Zhong Ao to lose his composure, it was obvious that this profound sunflower water was of great value. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had a calm look on his face as he stood in place, not showing any intention of snatching the profound sunflower water. Yang Kai was well aware of his own abilities. Without even mentioning Zhong Ao, just Hali Ka and the others behind him, which one of them wasn't an origin returning realm master. In front of them, Yang Kai still had some self-awareness. As soon as the sound of footsteps rang out, Hali Ka and the others who had followed closely behind also appeared one after another, standing beside Yang Kai as they stared towards him with bitter looks on their faces. Several dozen drops of profound sunflower water appeared in front of their eyes, causing all of their eyes to go red. This was a supreme cultivation treasure. As long as one could safely refine a single drop, it would greatly increase the strength of any cultivator. Even an origin returning realm master like Hali Ka would receive a significant boost in strength. At their level of cultivation, wanting to make further progress was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was possible for them to spend hundreds or even thousands of years without being able to break through a single minor realm, and that was assuming they had enough opportunities. Although refining the profound sunflower water was fraught with dangers, without paying a price, how could there be a return? Each of them had experienced countless life or death battles, comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao on the brink of death, growing step by step to their current heights. They knew better than anyone that the greater the danger, the greater the return. However, all of them could only watch from afar, not daring to step forward. When this profound sunflower water was discovered, was it sealed in a space ring? Zhong Ao suddenly asked. Yang Kai had briefly told him about the profound sunflower water, but since Yang Kai didn't know much, he naturally didn't know much either. Yes, Grandmaster, Hali Ka's spirit shook as he quickly responded. A waste of heaven's treasure, a waste of heaven's treasure. Zhong Ao curled his lips, wanting to store such a thing in a space ring. It seems that ancient master was quite ignorant, but fortunately for his ignorance, this profound sunflower water would have sunk to some unknown place long ago. The others were all confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Lin Mufeng cupped his fists and said, "Please enlighten us, Grandmaster." Zhong Ao grinned and said, "Every drop of profound sunflower water is as heavy as a mountain and is not something that can be stored in a space ring." After that ancient man put the profound sunflower water into his space ring, he probably died before he could even use his space ring. Otherwise, his space ring would have exploded long ago. How could it have survived until now? Hali Ka hurriedly said, "At that time, we were caught off guard because our space rings exploded, resulting in heavy casualties." Naturally, Zhong Ao grinned. "And once this thing comes into contact with soil, it will constantly sink. Do you know why profound sunflower water is so rare?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't understand. "That's because they all sink to the depths of the Earth's core and are absorbed by the source of the stars, making them difficult to find. And, not only profound sunflower water, but also other precious treasures that may have been absorbed by the source of the stars." As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone knew about the source of the stars. The foundation of every cultivation star was the heart of the stars, but no one knew that the source of the stars was related to profound sunflower water. Our luck is quite good. These several dozen drops of profound sunflower water fortunately didn't come into contact with the soil, otherwise they would have disappeared long ago. Zhong Ao took a deep breath before suddenly taking out a strangely shaped vessel from his space ring. This vessel was somewhat like a vase, but also like a bowl. It had a thin neck and a large belly, giving it a strange appearance, but it was also 5-colored and blooming brilliantly. 5-colored meteor essence. Hali Ka shouted, immediately recognizing what kind of mineral this vessel was made of. Lin Mufeng and the middle-aged woman couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Yang Kai immediately understood that this 5-colored meteor essence should be a very valuable ore, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused the 3 origin returning realm masters to act so abruptly. "And, this is 5-colored meteor essence," Zhong Ao laughed. Very few people know that 5-colored meteor essence is the nemesis of profound Yin sunflower water. If you want to collect profound Yin sunflower water, all you need to do is use this 5-colored meteor essence to create a vessel. While laughing, Zhong Ao aimed the vessel at one of the drops of profound Yin sunflower water and pushed it into the vessel, not bothering to avoid arousing suspicion. Holly Ka and the other origin realm masters all wore ugly expressions, their mood extremely complex. Although 5-colored meteor essence was precious, their Hangluo Chamber of Commerce still had some, and although there wasn't much of it, it was enough to create a vessel. If they had known this earlier, they would have collected the profound Yin sunflower water long ago instead of waiting for Zhong Ao to take advantage of them. Holly Ka had let go of a great opportunity in front of him and even lost an arm because of it. Thinking so, the expressions of the 3 origin realm masters changed dramatically. Zhong Ao didn't care what Holly Ka and the others were thinking, continuing to collect the profound Yin sunflower water until there were only 10 drops left. Only then did he stop and solemnly hold the vessel in his hand, glancing over at Holly Ka and the others and saying, "Don't say this old master eats meat and doesn't give you soup. This remaining profound Yin sunflower water, you can find a way to collect it yourself, don't tell me you can't find more 5-colored meteor essence." "Really?" Holly Ka looked happy while Lin Mufeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged woman even patted her full breasts, her complexion immediately improving. "Little brother, if there's anything the Chamber of Commerce can help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Master Shui had an accident on Rainfall Star, if you need help, we will not hesitate to help," Holly Ka said seriously. "I came here to ask for your help," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chapter 1065. Lin Mufeng anxiously watched Yang Kai put away the small bottle of snow pond crystal essence, his face filled with pain. Yang Kai pretended not to notice. Without waiting for Yang Kai to speak again, the middle-aged woman smiled and said, "I don't have as many treasures as these two, but I do have something that can improve the efficiency of one's cultivation. If little brother doesn't dislike it, please take it." Saying so, a small flag-like object suddenly appeared in her hand. These flags were of different colors, red, orange, yellow, and green. There were a total of 7 flags that exuded strong world energy fluctuations. An artifact? Yang Kai was a little surprised, wondering what use this artifact had that it could actually improve one's cultivation efficiency. This 7-colored spirit-gathering flag is an origin-grade low-rank artifact. If arranged according to a certain method, it can gather world energy. I used it to cultivate before, but as my strength increased, I put it away and haven't used it for nearly 100 years. Now, I'll give it to little brother. Yang Kai's eyes lit up again as he secretly thought that these people were indeed worthy of being the highest leaders of Hangluo Chamber of Commerce's branch. The things each of them could casually take out were not things that could be seen by ordinary people. He wondered just how many more treasures they had. This time, Yang Kai wasn't as impatient as the previous 2 times. Carefully taking the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag from the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai politely thanked her. The middle-aged woman smiled lightly. "Release your knowledge, seize defenses, and I'll teach you how to arrange it." Yang Kai nodded, and the middle-aged woman stretched out a jade finger and tapped Yang Kai's forehead. In an instant, the various functions of this 7-colored spirit-gathering flag were grasped by Yang Kai. After carefully inspecting it, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the 7-colored spirit-gathering flag. Although this thing was only an origin-grade low-rank artifact, for the current Yang Kai, it was an extremely rare treasure. It could be used for a long time, and when Yang Kai no longer needed it, he could give it to someone close to him. It wasn't as valuable as the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid or the Snow Pond Crystal Essence, but it was far more practical. No matter who it was, the 3 of them had spent a great deal of effort. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks to the 3 of you for your help. This little one can't thank you enough." "You're welcome." Holly Ka laughed. "As long as we can awaken Master Shui, what harm is there in having to go bankrupt?" He put on a loyal and courageous appearance, but it was hard to tell how much sincerity there was in it. "Why don't little brother get 2 more moon slaves?" Lin Mufeng suddenly thought of something and suggested. "Moon slave?" Yang Kai frowned and looked at them suspiciously. The middle-aged woman's face reddened as she spat. "You scoundrel, little brother is still so young, yet you don't teach him good things and only teach him some unorthodox tricks. When Master Shui wakes up, how are you going to explain this?" Lin Mufeng looked embarrassed. "There's no problem with 2 moon slaves, right? I can see that little brother is a determined person. You won't hold up your future because of 2 moon slaves. And, if it's 2, it really won't be a problem," Holly Ka also echoed. "What's a moon slave?" Yang Kai asked curiously when he saw them talking back and forth between themselves. Holly Ka lightly coughed and explained, "Moon slaves are a type of woman specially cultivated by our Chamber of Commerce. They cultivate special secret arts and take special pills so that when they reach a certain age, they can mate with men." Asterisk Chi Chi, asterisk a gust of wind surged inside the room and an unimaginable amount of world energy poured into Yang Kai's body as the baby's mouth began sucking in. In an instant, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable, his body receiving a great deal of energy. His meridian squirmed, accepting the world energy and transforming it into his own strength under the effect of his secret art. Amazing! Yang Kai was overjoyed and closed his eyes, feeling the benefits brought to him by the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid. After swallowing the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, although the pattern on his chest didn't look very impressive, its effects were real. In this way, even if Yang Kai didn't cultivate, under the effect of the Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, he would be able to constantly absorb world energy, the speed and efficiency of which would be even greater than if he were to cultivate diligently. The baby's pattern would swallow and spit out every 30 breaths, actively absorbing world energy into Yang Kai's body, allowing him to grow stronger. Each time it swallowed and spat out an astonishing amount of world energy. Holly Ka's gift was really what Yang Kai had hoped for. Yang Kai spent most of his time on the road, so while he was on the move, he rarely had the opportunity to cultivate. If this Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid continued to play its role, it would be difficult for his strength not to improve. In the future, even if he was on the road or fighting, he could maintain a state of cultivation. Unfortunately, according to Ha Li Ka, the role of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid would become smaller and smaller over time and would disappear after 2 or 3 years at most. On top of that, this thing was extremely difficult to find, and if 1 or 2 were occasionally found, they would be snatched away by others. In order to snatch this thing, Ha Li Ka had fought many times with others. 2 or 3 years was more than enough. After taking the heavenly spirit ghost orchid, Yang Kai took out the snow pond crystal essence and poured a small amount into his mouth. The snow pond crystal marrow was a product of the snow pond crystal marrow, so it was naturally cold. Yang Kai's spirit shook as he involuntarily felt an ethereal feeling, as if his soul was being purified. A strange power rippled in his mouth and flowed into his abdomen, where it was absorbed by his body and quickly gathered in Yang Kai's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's knowledge sea, which had been somewhat turbulent due to his excitement and joy, instantly calmed down, without the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's soul also seemed to have been sublimated at this moment, his mood becoming as tranquil as an ancient well. When the snow pond crystal essence took effect, Yang Kai suddenly had a wonderful feeling, as if he was standing aloof and observing all the changes happening to his body. The memories contained in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, as well as the scenes he had experienced, flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Zhong Ao couldn't help feeling a little jealous. Heavenly Spirit Ghost Orchid, Snow Pond Crystal Essence, 7-colored spirit gathering flags. What's more, within this 3,000-kilometer territory, many spirit arrays had been arranged to gather world energy. With these various effects added together, the cultivation speed of the little brat outside had increased to an incredible degree. It was comparable to the speed at which a return to void stage cultivator absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth. If this momentum continued, it would only take a few months for him to break through his current realm and step into a higher one. Zhong Ao wondered if this little brat's body could withstand it. This kind of crazy gathering of world energy was not something a Saint Realm cultivator could withstand. If the world energy gathered too quickly and was unable to digest and absorb it in time, it would only cause a huge burden to the body. If something went wrong, his meridians would burst and his foundation would be damaged. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses.